Yep. Hello, kitten. A new coach joining Spilo team. Check coach. Follow. Here. Hey, Falcon. How's Stefano? I don't know. I think he's dead. He's gone. Shot him. He's gone. Haven't heard from him since. What's up, YouTube? YouTube is always freaking faster than Twitch chat. Y'all are so freaking fast. In fact, you're so fast that a lot of times I have to pull up the YouTube, like my multi-chat thing actually doesn't work because you guys are so fast with the first 3 or 4 messages. I don't even see them. I have to pull up like YouTube on a separate thing. So does he as sharp of the jawline as you? I think he does. I think he does. Yeah. We're just saying something. Loving the Overwatch shirt? Yeah, I think it's from the Spotlight thing. The Frey one. Hello, kitten. Hot Doge, thank you for the sub. Yippee. Hello. Hello, Spilo. Doing pretty good? Yep. Doing pretty good. Saturday is always nice because a little bit less coaching, so I have a little bit more energy going into the stream, which is always nice. We always love and appreciate that. I cannot 3-tap Torp turrets with Vendetta Fire Strike anymore. Hurts my soul. Yeah, I mean, the Fire Strike nerf was... Like, I was the one, I definitely was very vocal about Vendetta needing nerfs sooner, so I'm not going to cry about Vendetta getting nerfed, but Fire Strike breakpoints being nerfed instead of overhead being nerfed, it like you kind of nailed exactly my problem with that nerf, which is that if you nerf overhead breakpoints for 250 or 225, then you maintain the functional breakpoints for Fire Strikes and Whirlwind Dashes outside of the combo that's OP, you know? The problem with nerfing the Fire Strikes is that, like, everything that... It affects everything that isn't just the one shot, which feels, like, really bad. It's like one of those buffs that's, like, nerfs that's, like, it's not just a good nerf, like, or a powerful nerf, which is definitely what you needed, but it's a feels bad nerf. Like, it's not like the Tracer nerf, right? It's like, come on, man. Come on, man. So, we'll see. Really good bit with the water thing, very funny. I mean, I didn't really care. I just figured, what the heck. I got some people in the comments like, this isn't funny at all. I'm like, you can't recognize greatness? That's your problem. I don't give a frick. The best part about it was some of the comments were legitimately like, this is annoying. This is really dumb. I'm like, okay, I don't care. I had fun with it. I don't care. Okay, let's ping Discord. And let's get this sauce rolling. Yeah. Wait, I need to copy the stream title here. Voice is a little less froggy today. I tried to have a relaxing day yesterday, but my lungs are still kind of on the mend, so we'll see. But yeah, we've talked about it. We'll go over it when we get to the stat things in a second, though, because I definitely think that Vendetta is going to demand at least a few minutes of discussion during our discussion. The sharper the design gets with the nerfs, the less people enjoy the character. Right, and because it still feels really bad to get overheaded, you know, and have like half of your health pool gone. Now, I understand that there's definitely some discussion about, like, I don't want to get to it. We'll talk about it later. There's some nuance here. We'll get to it later. So, something Tim Robinson would come up with. Very, yeah, Tim Robinson or David Lynch. I don't know. Should be able to perform her crit. Analyze hair products and conditioner next. Yeah, that's clever, Crab. Do we hate nuance? That's right. Yeah. Looking forward to some nuance. Opinion on Switch players. They don't exist. No, legitimately, I don't know anybody that plays Switch. Like, I'm sure they're out there, and I just don't know anyone. You You okay? You were calling Reaper? I didn't call Reaper that. The overhead CC is so rough. Yeah, I agree. I mean, like that's a great example of one of those things that they could nerf that. I mean, I don't think it would impact our win rate that much, but who's on Derpy stream? Would I coach a Switch player? I mean, sure. I guess, sure.
Fact,
Jolly.
My hairline has disappeared since I met Spillo.
No, it just never existed in the first place. Oh, I'm joking, Stefano coaching. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had to ask Stefano for, like, the ads. It's like, you know, how much profanity is. Like, oh, I was like, all right, well, you have to change the ad settings or whatever. But it's also, you know, students frequently swear, so whatever. Did I enjoy the Derpy stream? What do you think? The overseas lets her deal with flyers better? That's true. But I'm also like the way that flyers are balanced in Overwatch as well is that flyers don't have permanent uptime as well. And I would prefer just stuff like Fire Strike projectile speed. Like, I think it's like, if she can't knock a far out of the sky, like, okay, like she could still do other things. She still has the mobility to play around the flyers that a lot of other characters don't have. And Pharah doesn't have infinite flight either. So, hello, Tom. I was like, you're not calling me Kitty, right? What is that like? What is that? Oh, it's the light reflecting. Is there a specific reason to wear the specific? No, it's just a clean sweatshirt. Can I offer you some coaching? I appreciate that, Polly. I might take you up on that. What is the cat looking at? That's a great question for cats as a whole. Wait, where was she? I didn't even see where she was. Where was she looking? Yeah, I lasted about 25 minutes in the Derpy stream, and I was hoping for some more discussion, but it was like we got so fixated on like the goofiest crap, and people were not listening to each other, and I think, but yeah, but I've talked about it already, so we're gonna move on. Out the window? Oh, like out here? Yeah, she loves looking at the birds out there. Yeah, and there's another cat here too. Just hit GM2. Nice, mate. Well done. Hello, Calyx. Glorp. Agreed. It's not a cat, it's a panther. Is it Grim? Was it Grim? Was he doing that? Yeah, he's definitely looking at birds right now. He's a good boy. That's crazy. Look at him. What is Blood doing? What are you looking at? What do you see? What do you see out there? Here. What do you see? Do you see birds? Do you see birds? Oh. Yeah, he's definitely looking at the birds. What do you see out there? What do you see? Oh, your claw's stuck. Yeah, there's definitely some bird stuff going on here. Play and switch to gyro aiming? That sounds crazy. Stream is people trying to sound smart instead of being productive? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Jag. Never debate people online, man. Yeah, I mean, legitimately. I think that debate is like a great example of why we don't like allow even attempts at productive debate in my Discord. There was periods of times where we would be like, well, if it's respectful, it's so hard. It's not impossible, but it is so hard for even people that I respect and like to have productive discussions. And that was kind of an example why people don't really listen, people miss context, people misconstrue, people just basically, yeah. So it was, it's not worth the time. So. Falcon, thank you for the sub, dude. What do you think about using challenges? I mean, I just think it's dumb. People do it for content, for silliness, but it's just dumb. It's the same reason of unranked GMs, except they're even less educational, so. Well, you're wrong there, Spilo. Oh, crud, you got me there. When people feel as though there's an audience to convince, that will never be good. Yeah, you bring up a great point. The alternative side of that, too, is also it's not just about the audience to convince. It's also an audience to judge, which is, I guess, kind of the same thing. Where, like, if I look stupid, then that, like, for example, if I had spoken up there and been proven wrong or looked foolish, then there are a lot of people out there that will then take that opinion and then they will make their opinion about me based off of that. And I know that, so I'm really scared. I'm either really risk averse, very confrontational, or very aggressively defensive, right? So like there's like these social consequences for looking foolish instead of just like actually having a conversation, which is why I'm not the greatest at it. I know I'm not great at this either. When we did the whole debate Spilo thing last week, I really tried to make it non-confrontational, and also I tried to paint the person that disagreed with me's opinion as positively as possible so that they would feel confident and relaxed enough to be able to explain their opinions without feeling like they're going to be made fun of. Because when people feel like they're going to be made fun of, they just won't explain their points really well and they'll get super defensive. Right, exactly. There's a danger to that. Exactly. So it's like, it's not just me being nice and polite. It's also just good debate fundamentals, because people, if they feel uptight, they're not going to really have good discussions. They need to feel comfortable that they're not going to be judged or confronted. You know what I'm saying? Well, Ralph is a great example to where Ralph is very confident in himself, and so I don't think he's overly concerned with other people's opinions, which is a really good spot to be in. But then Ralph and I also have like a lot of trust to where like we can openly call each other morons, and it's not really like I'm not going to get my feelings hurt or vice versa. But like that's a very, like that takes a lot of trust and time to build up that, you know? So modern board gaming is woke? Yes. Yeah. So the other thing with a lot of debates, people are very interested in like winning the debate from a content perspective. You see this, like, this is actually like one of the most toxic styles of content out there, is the style of content that is devoted to making other people look stupid. Because it's, I mean, let's not lie, guys. It is kind of funny. It is kind of fun. It's entertaining to watch other people look stupid. It just is. Okay? I'm going to be honest. It's funny. I try to not participate in it too much because it is not productive and it's kind of toxic, but it is. It's funny to look at people that are looking stupid. But that is also just not productive. And it really does a bad job of making a certain type of person an entire viewpoint. And so then you encourage other people to kind of participate in the same way. It's bad faith. It's bad faith discussions here. Bad faith discussion is basically not going in with a legitimate interest in what the other person thinks and having a legitimate discussion, or even in changing their opinion, right? It's done to be like, I'm going to make you look stupid and gotcha. It's gotcha discussions. You know, the under-capitology skirmish. Right, exactly. And the worst part about the under-capitology skirmish as well, I didn't really see capitology, I only saw Unter side of things, is that like, Unter is a good dude, a good guy, and like a smart guy as well, but like, he was so aggressive during that discussion, you know? I think it was part of this because Cap was, and see, it gets just very personal, so, you know. I wouldn't even say intentionally misunderstanding, but basically, it's fixating on somebody's logical inconsistencies as a way to paint their entire argument as wrong. It's not bad to call out somebody's logical inconsistencies, but it's a good faith argument is saying that like you're logically inconsistent there, but I think the reason that you're logically inconsistent is because you're putting priority on this here. Can you elaborate on that? Right? You know what I'm saying? That it's being gracious to the person, because the reality is that none of us are perfectly logically consistent. None of us are. We all decide when and where we like kind of make exceptions, and so pointing out those hypocrisies while also giving people the benefit of the doubt. False. Yeah. Right. So it's just like kind of, there's just certain types of content that you just can't do. Yeah, when you see something as a debate to win, right? Which is why okay, how many of you guys were in debate class? There was like debate stuff. The more I learned about that, the more I was like, I think it's important to be able to discuss and debate, but like being graded off of that stuff, I don't know how, I guess it depends on the debate class, but like, I would be more interested in somebody that is a good listener, able to good faith their opponent's arguments and then explain their thoughts eloquently and then listen. That is good debating. You know? I don't know how debate teams are handled everywhere, but I'm sure in a lot of places they're handled in a way that is more about point scoring rather than trying to like post productive conversation, you know? So I think learning debate matters a lot. I think being able to explain your thoughts well, like communicate clearly, and it is really important. But equally important is your ability to listen to what other people are saying and understand the reasoning behind what they say, what they do. You know what I'm saying? Cultural domination, Americanism, Western centrism. Yeah, for sure. Right. Point scoring. Right, exactly. It's like, this isn't a game, bro. Like, this is life. Like, these are philosophical and religious and political questions. And like, these are important conversations. And man, about point scoring is like, what a disaster. What a horrific, evil thing that has to be. Maybe I'm being a little dramatic about it, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it just, wow, how toxic that is. You know, I think being able to point out, exactly like Matt's saying, the ability to dissect logical inconsistencies is incredibly important, 100% important. But not because it's about point scoring, but so it's for the pursuit of truth, right? That to me is what it's about. So, my cats are having a bad faith in me right now. Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't evil. Yeah, I'm being dramatic, but when I say evil, I'm saying that like that kind of intent can be used in really dangerous and bad ways. You kind of get what I'm saying? And I think this whole like coaching debate thing was like a great example of like why it's so bad, because like, I mean, it was a train wreck, man. Like, it really was a train wreck. Like, I listened to about 5-10 minutes after the call and 5-10 minutes before to see if I missed anything. And I ended up just like turning it off. Like, I don't even think I listened to half of the 2-hour thing, because it was just a complete dumpster fire. Like, just total waste of time. Total waste of time. Like, it just legitimately waste of time. I mean, I tried, you know, I thought that, and it just was a waste of time. Now, it's entertaining for sure. Gotchas for sure. But what a train wreck. Yeah, so. The problem wasn't necessarily that let's go over the low-hanging fruit here. The discussion about the rock, you guys remember? It's not that was even necessarily a wasted discussion point. You know, whether telling something over and over and over again is like the right way to doing things. Maybe that is something that is worth having a conversation about. And that's initially why I joined. But the way that conversation was held is just, it's not even as in like, we need to be like, we both agree to disagree, let's move on. Like, no, like we can legitimately, like, I don't think this is good. And kind of explain in detail why. And I understand why you're doing this, but if this is your intent, like, for example, if the intent there was that like, hey, you know, sometimes people need that kind of repetition, then the question is was that the best way of doing it, right? Is there a better way of having intent and repetition incorporated? And is the timetable correct? And I try to kind of inject some thoughts on that, but, you know, so it is what it is. What's up, Abby? What you're basically doing is you're listening for somebody to make a logical inconsistency or a logical mistake according to your impression, and then you jump in, and then basically the entire context with what's being said is missed. You know, but it is what it is. I pretty quickly realized what I was getting into, and so that's why I dipped as fast as I did. But it was worth an attempt. So down with the common flu going on now. That was me about a month ago. Take care of yourself, Abby. So it was super entertaining to watch. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that really is the problem right there, is that people, what will happen from that is people will go, whoa, that blew up, kind of, sort of, right? We should do that again. And, you know, that's life. You know, it is what it is. So, is what it is. Sarah Lee, I will buy you a vehicle if you can really. Is it Altic? What was the website? Altic stats. Fender or Gibson? Ooh, tough one. I've never really played a Gibson, so I can't really say. I think the style of music that I enjoy is probably more Gibson oriented, but I do enjoy the Fender that I have. Very fluid guitar. Altix. That's what it was. Altix. Bless you. Bless you. Thank you. He's going to get you a 2005 Toyota Corolla. Don't do it, Shirley. I'm not going to even get it to, like, are you kidding me? It's going to be like a riding lawnmower from like 2003 John Deere. Nah. Gibsons are for fossils? Really? Isn't like the Les Paul like the rock guitar? No? Like the dad rock kind of thing? Okay, maybe I just kind of answered my own question there. Whatever. Okay. Let me pull up my notes here. I wanted to have a tiny, tiny baby bit of structure. I have not seen the Deadpool thing, no. Just a teeny baby bit of structure. So, welcome to Midseason, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a week of Midseason. It's actually been about 9 days. I try to delay my stat reading until we have a little bit of a larger sample size. And what we're going to start with is looking at the updated stats, but then kind of contrast them by going back and looking at the transitions from what happened from before midseason to after midseason, giving some expectations of kind of what we would like to see, what we're expecting to see based off the patch notes. Let me actually pull up the patch notes as well before we transition our scene here, because I think there's going to be some pretty clear expectations of what we're going to see. And then, yeah, go from there. But first thing I want to talk about really quick here, before we actually even look here, we'll pull up patch notes here. Let me change the stream title. I want to talk briefly about ban rates, and I'm going to be perfectly honest, guys. I am speaking partly from ignorance here. Season 20 mid-season analysis. What's up, Prime? 87 months. You're in luck. I added an 88-month badge, surely. So if you just give me money one more month, we're going to be popping off. But yeah, I want to talk like from a point of partial ignorance on ban rates, because that has definitely been a point of contention where the Twitter, the pro community is like, hey, win rates aren't everything. This character is getting banned literally every game. Does that not tell you that the character is broken? So let's kind of take like a quick like surface level looking at that, and I'm open to criticism here. So my read of this is shockingly nuanced. First off is that obviously ban rates are often more correlated with people disliking playing versus the character historically for all ranks. And then as you get to the higher ranks, because people in higher ranks are smarter, that's why they're higher ranked, the bans become a lot more targeted towards map choices, which is important, but also targeted towards the OP characters of that rank. Right. A great example was like how Sombra bans fell off a lot towards higher ranks. They're still there a lot in higher ranks, but less so, especially back in the day, because Sombra was universally hated in high ranks, but people in high ranks were more willing to avoid gambling on the enemy team having a Sombra player and more on gambling on banning a Widow on Circuit Royale, or banning Diva as of recently, or banning Ramacha on a Toxic Brawl map if you're a Rhine player. You get what I'm saying? So as you get to the higher ranks, the ban rates start to affect. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up is I do think that ban rates should guide hero design decisions, but they shouldn't always dictate balanced decisions. And I kind of just elaborated on why. Because the vast majority of the player base does decide based off of vibes, whether they like or don't like. And even in the higher ranks are also vulnerable to this as well. The obvious low-hanging fruit for this one is Freya, who continue to see high ban rates and probably still sees relatively high ban rates right now for an entire season and a half, despite being gutter tier. And she was still permabanned in high ranks because there was the PTSD of Freya's way of performing in higher ranks. I don't want to play versus Freya no matter how trash she is, right? And so that proves at least there is an instance of higher ranks being a little bit more vibes focused because they just hate playing versus the character. They just hate playing versus the character. And also, there's even vibe-based stuff where, like, Kiriko is getting banned a lot, even though she's really bad. And then the flip side of not just people banning a character, but people playing the character. I mean, we exposed, high rank statistics when it came to, like, let's say, I mean, we could look at this right now. Like, even this season, maybe we'll do this one here. Okay, like, let's look at Grandmaster win rate, and you're going to see something funny here, where Kiriko's in the dumpster win rate wise and has a 45.7% pick rate in America. This is stupid. This is a real red flag. This is GM. And so not just from the ban rate, but even the pick rate of certain characters is clearly not competitive. Like, if we really wanted to look at win rate here, why is Idiari not played as much season 20? Now, this is before midseason. Right? Now, does that mean that you should play Idiari in every map? No, but a 5.5% pick rate, I promise you that this character should have been picked more often. Promise you.
Doesn't win rate also sometimes misrepresent heroes?
Yeah.
Who have had sharp drops
Promise you
in
that this
pick rate
character is
recently?
undervalued or was undervalued. Promise you Baptiste was undervalued situationally. Right? You kind of get what I'm saying? And we saw this we also saw this with damage. There's a very obvious hero in this, right? You ready for this one? Grandmaster, look at Cassidy's pick rate. 18% pick rate with 45.6 win rate. And basically what this means is that this character is way overvalued by the highest level. And so what we should see is in the higher ranks, characters have pick rates and win rates that are a little bit more proportional, but basically the higher ranks still have poor biases that misrepresent the strength of certain characters. And so on. So basically my point being is that, like, ban rates in higher ranks should matter more for balance decisions than ban rates for lower ranks. I think that's a pretty obvious statement. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. And we're going to delve in. But it doesn't mean necessarily that a highly banned character is overtuned at the highest rank, or a highly picked character at the highest rank is overtuned. Do you understand? Bear with me? Bear with me. Okay. Now, the one detail that's important here, and this is where I'm going to be a little bit stepping outside of my wheelhouse. I'm open to feedback here. Okay? Cass is often picked just to counterpick. True, but also higher ranks should be more intelligent with counterpicking, right? Right? You understand what I'm saying? Like, we should trust them to also counterpick more appropriately as well. This is why Bastion has a much higher win rate on paper in higher ranks, because people... Where is Bastion? Is there just no Bastion here? Oh, there he is. Why is he down at the bottom? Okay, there you go. Is because people in higher ranks pick Bastion more appropriately, and he is a low rank crutch. But yeah, long story short, the exception here, and like I said, I'm going to be open to more feedback here, is that in theory, high ban rates for a character at high ranks might drive the character's win rate down. I don't know this for sure, but now you could argue that high ban rates mean that people get less familiar about playing versus the character, so that when they slip through, they're often played by a specialist, or people are just not used to playing versus them.
Guy who ought to know. I used to laugh.
So there's some nuance here. I'm honestly not really sure where I sit in the fence here. So you see people slip through with the character on, but the other thing to consider, let me give you guys an example. When and where is Widow going to get banned? This is just one example. Obvious answer, right? Obvious answer. Okay? However, when Widow is banned on all of her good maps, 60% of the time, and high ranks, which is going to happen more often in higher ranks, okay? What does that do to her win rate and people's impression of the character's strength? Right? Well, let's look. Yeah, exactly. 46.2. And yet I would argue that this is probably Widow's, not only her strongest meta in a long time, but also her strongest strength in probably about a year. So the question is Widow really that bad? Or is just the map-dependent character getting slammed in the butt cheeks anytime that she would be the optimal pick? I can't check her win rate and circuit on this, so I can't. But we can on the live. I don't want to go to the live one just yet. You see what I'm saying? You kind of see, so like this is like an important question. So there's like two ways of looking at this. It's like, do characters that are map specific, like to be honest with you, Diva, right? If we go to like Diva's win rate, right, in Grandmaster, you know, is Diva better than this because she gets banned often in high ranks, and then people let her slip on brawl maps where she's just gonna be playing versus Sigma or Zarya? I don't know. So my point being is I am going to admit some ignorance here. I don't know. I honestly don't know. What I would argue is that if you look at high ban rates, especially ban rates that are correlated with certain maps, that should tank the character's win rate. It should be. It should. But who picks Widows and bad maps in Jamie anyways? You raise a good point, but like we're saying, like the difference between swapping the Widow on, you know, Eichenwald versus Circuit Royale. Like I think Circuit's probably going to be better. That's a good point. But my point being is here is that like, okay, maybe this is the takeaway, okay? For all the backseat gamers here, and I know I'm one of them, the concept of that, like just because a character has a high ban rate should immediately tell you that the character needs immediate balance adjustments is really ignorant. It just is. It's just ignorant. It might, there's a grain of truth in there somewhere, as we've established, that maybe the characters with high ban rates have their win rate tanked a little bit, maybe. But as we've already established, what happens when that character sneaks out of a ban rate and people don't know how to play versus them? You know? So it's not so easy. It's not so easy. My point being is here is like, I really like try to make sure that when we have these discussions that unless I have a really good reason to be toxic, I really don't think that this kind of stuff is always super easy. Let me move my camera back down again. I do think it's a little bit more complicated than people give it credit for. And this is also not even factoring the fact that we're looking at things from a grandmaster. If we look at things from all tiers perspective, as we've already clarified, ban rate has very little correlation, or let's put it this way, a weaker correlation with characters actually being strong. It just because any plat player will tell you it's a complete coin flip. Like you got Roadhog bans, you got Orisa bans, you got Bastion bans, which is okay for sure. But then you got Kiriko bans, you got Mercy bans. It's crazy. I the other day I was in a game. What was the ban? There was something really silly. Like something really silly. I saw a Bastion player banning Winston on a bad Winston map. I'm not joking. Like, I'm literally not joking. Like, people just, it's just a complete coin flip, right? A lot of the more visual characters get banned more often. So there's another bias in there, right? Like characters like Doomfist and Wrecking Ball, whether they're strong or not, they're visual. People don't like them. Yeah, Tor banning Ball. Malga ban on Jib. It's just random crap, right? So like people like to weaponize ban rates as if that's like the easiest thing. Here's my opinion, and I think this is as close to objective as you can, certainly worth considering, is that ban rates need to be correlated more with characters that people need to be looking at from a kit design perspective, not balance. Right? The obvious answer to this is Sombra, right? But then, and I'm not even necessarily saying that if a character gets banned a lot, that character needs to be reworked necessarily, but it does more often than not deserve an analysis. Like, for example, Zarya. Why do people hate playing versus Zarya? Well, because Zarya exists on the choke and shoots 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 and shoots. There's not a lot of interaction with the character. There's not a lot of nuance to the character. There's not a lot of outplay potential of the character. And she's annoying. Yeah, sure. You could avoid her, sure, but that's not, like, that's rarely a solution that you want to provide. It's just run away from them. Kind of, but not a lot of fun. That's not a lot of fun. Diva's another one, right? People in high ranks ban Diva. You want to know why? Because Matrix is boring in high ranks. Diva's strong in high ranks for sure, but it's just boring. Like, it's just boring. You know, Doomfist, right? A lot of the AoE value that he provides can be very frustrating for lowering players. People don't like Sombra. People don't like Mercy. People don't like a lot of characters, right? So like people's tastes should be used as questions raised about, is there something that we can change about this character to not take away their identity, to not make them less fun to play, but to make them less frustrating to play into. And this is not a hot take. This is not a hot take. And you should consider these things when we're doing design decisions. And so this kind of goes to my second point here, which is just going to be a really, really, really quick point here. Where are the reworks? Where are the minor reworks? We've had some decent patch notes that have been minor reworks, which is why I've actually been more positive about the patch notes than I think a lot of other people have been, despite some of the balance choices. But there's been really no attempt since what was our last thing? Was it Farah Ball, right? Maybe Wrecking Ball back in 2023, early 2023, to do anything different to any of the characters. You know, that we just haven't had any attempts at all. Hog was for a long time ago. And that's been basically completely reverted.
THX for the good work.
Yo, what's up, Mr. Thank you for the sub, dude. So, I agree that you can't really fix all of the worst design characters, but I've already proven that this concept that you can't improve their identity, make them more fun to play as and play into, I've already proven, again, that wrong with our innumerable rework concepts. We've done 5-minute fix projects. We've done more in-depth rework projects. We've talked about perks more. We've done this for all of this, and I've done it over and over and over again. These characters are salvageable as being playable and more interesting than they are right now. Absolutely. The only exception to that rule has been characters like Roadhog Widow, which I still think they could make improvements with. It's just a lot harder. But they just are. And like, you can't tell me this brilliant design team, development team that have given us a lot of really great characters couldn't do that. Because a lot of the reworks that we already have been largely positive. So that's kind of point number one. It's like, where have been the reworks? Where have these resources gone? That we had numerous minor and major reworks in the first couple of years of Overwatch 2 and have dried up. Completely disappeared. And that's kind of been my main criticism. So kind of unrelated to the mid-season analysis, but I do think that it is correlated with a lot of people's complaints about ban rates and why I think so much of the criticism online has been so incredibly misguided and wasted. Completely missing the point of what the real issues are. Now, there are some obvious low-hanging fruit, but yeah. It's hilarious to me, and I'll say this. I already said this for the last one, but I'll say it really quickly here. It was hilarious to me. It exactly pinpoints my problem that Zarya Diva, who were objectively worse than Sigma at the highest ranks, that GM champion, were complained about from a balanced perspective by the vocal Twitter community. And Sigma was complained about less, despite being significantly stronger at the highest ranks. I wonder why. Well, because Sigma, weirdly, is probably a little bit better designed and has a little bit more counterplay potential. Now, I know a lot of people hate Sigma, and I think he's absolutely overtuned, but I saw more negative discourse about Zarya Diva, who are weaker than Sigma, because I think more people enjoy counterplaying and outplaying Sigma than they do Zarya Diva. Or maybe he's less in their face. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, no, hang a second. Why aren't we complaining about the objectively higher performing tank and high ranks with like a 57% whatever win rate, or 58, 59 when he was, before he got hotfixed? And they're complaining about Zarya Diva. Because guess what? High rank players don't like the gameplay loop of playing versus Zarya Diva as much as they do versus Sigma on a lot of maps. You know what I'm saying? So, wow. Are we not like processing this? Why do we? Yeah, so I'm not going to beat it at a horse, but this is exactly my point. He had 60% in gym, yeah. So, yeah, this is why we have to consider these things, because this is where a lot of our analysis comes from, you know? So, okay, let's kind of jump through here. I mean, let's look at the patch notes here. I don't think we'll need Overwatch ticks anymore. Doomfist got a slap on the wrist, but quality of life stuff, we talked about it. Diva got a slap on the wrist more for high rank. I won't analyze things too much, but I'm just kind of refreshing what changed. Ashe got a minor nerf. Bastion, minor nerf. Freya, minor buff. Well, depends. Genji, minor buff. Symmetra, minor nerf. Vendetta, mid nerf. I hated the design of the nerf, but we're not going to beat that. I already talked about that in my last video. Venture, slap on the wrist. Idiari, pretty significant buff with breakpoints. Lucio, minor nerf. Moira, minor buff. Zenyatta, medium buff from a character that was already performing relatively well. So from a balance perspective, let's just, I guess, kind of look at it from a roll to roll here. You know, we are expecting, I mean, it's kind of, you got to see the spoilers here just a little bit here. Let me close this down. We're expecting Diva to be a little bit worse. We're expecting Doomfist to be a little bit worse as well, but a lot of this is also context dependent as well. So like if certain characters do better than others, that will contextually also, is he being naughty?
Has anyone ever really been far even decided to use even go to do look more like?
Oh my gosh, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Has anyone ever really been far even as decided to use even go want to do look more like? No, it's never happened. I think the part of the problem has been the context of what has been happening. So when you switch things up from the contextual perspective, from an outsider's perspective, you get this inside look about the context of like the way that the numbers are moving up and down. And so from like a macro, micro perspective, you know, you're min-maxing, but really you're not really pushing the needle any further than you were before. So I think in a management position, you have to kind of analyze the situation, decide what's our best path moving forward. You know, you've been contributing a lot to the team, but I think our people skills just have been kind of incompatible. And so we really have to reconsider the way that we've been evaluating processes. Frick you. Okay. Yeah, Diva's going to be a little bit worse. I mean, we imagine with, you know, Zen, Poke's strong. Zen got, like, you got to think of like the movers and shakers, right? Which was Zen's untouched, Zen's buffed, Sig's untouched, Zen's buffed, Tracer's untouched, Vendetta's a little bit nerfed, right? So you're thinking about like, I mean, I'm not smart enough to read the tea leaves here with everything, but we could probably guess that shooty heroes equal goody and divey heroes and brawly heroes not so good. Like that's kind of like my take. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, we'll touch base on this again next meeting. Yeah, so like you might even see characters that were untouched do better, or characters that were untouched do worse. So we'll take a look here. So we're gonna start with all tiers. Obviously, a little bit of an American bias here. We'll probably bounce around to Asia as well and highest tiers as well. So we generally go all tiers, Grandmaster, all tiers, Grandmaster in America and Asia. So yeah, let's take a look here. Sigma, obviously, like still really strong. Like no surprise there. Queen doing surprisingly well, which is a bit of a surprise to me, but she's been fine for some time. Maybe some of the competition's kind of been cleared out, but yeah, there's nothing really has shifted within the tank meta. Unsurprisingly, characters that were good before are relatively good now. Nothing has really changed. The only interesting change is whether the Discord buffs and Zenyatta's pick rate, which I imagine has to have gone up, has affected things here. And you'd expect it to affect things like map situational. Reinhardt doesn't seem to have as much. Hazard definitely not as good here. Ram, obviously, Malga, Roadhog, Orisa. These are characters that if the map is not great for them, Discord just annihilates them. So I would guess that these characters near the bottom are probably struggling even more so. Orisa is a great example of a character that yeah. And if we look quickly at Grandmaster Champion, kind of more of the same, really. I mean, Diva's definitely taking a bit of a hit. I mean, she's taking a big hit, right? And this is kind of like why I was a little bit more positive about, like, obviously the Zen meta has probably not helped her too much, although I don't think her matchup is that bad. But like the booster boot breakpoint, I think is definitely enough to move this a percentage point or so. So, at least in America, it's 56 in EU GM. I mean, that's crazy to me. That's shocking. That's crazy to me. That's shocking. What about Asia? I know we're jumping around here. Still competitive. Okay, so maybe Americans just suck. But it is a smaller sample size, so. Orisa doing a little bit better, and GM is interesting. Malga doing a little bit worse, not a surprise. Doomfist doing a little bit worse, not a surprise. But yeah, EU definitely loves its Diva. Diva's just a very strange hero because she's just not really. She definitely exists in that like that gray area. You know. Where she's not the best brawl hero, but she can. And she's not the best dive, but she can. So, I don't know. It's a bit of a mess. We'll move on. Let's look at Asia really fast. And then we'll look at all in a second. Sigma, Zarya, Diva, Junker Queen. Winston being this bad is a little concerning for Asia, who's usually pretty good with the character. Asia's super weird with the niche picks. They always either throw or troll. I barely ever look at Asia as a region for the bottom tier because it tells you very little. And then Sigma is still, ridiculous. I don't know, like Tank just hasn't been super insightful for me for a while. Like it's pretty predictable. These tanks are going to be in the bottom. That's basically it. The only really interesting thing is like how much is Sigma overperforming, and is Zarya or Diva, how badly are they overperforming in high ranks, if at all? Won't have Asia inflated win rates at the top of the bottoms are intentionally thrown? Yes. 100%. Right. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So, GG's. No change at all. Really. Not a significant one, because any conclusions that we could have drawn too soon on the Diva change, which is a good example of where you can't really read too much in this immediately, is just like, well, we don't know. And I really don't think you can necessarily decide whether a region is bad or not. I think that's like, I really don't think you could do that. You could do that for like pro play for sure, but you can't do that for ranked. You just can't do that for ranked. It would be almost impossible to like decide on where that is. And I think the sample size is so freaking incredibly large that like it's so incredibly difficult to know. The more important thing is like the bias that regions have. Like, okay, so cultural bias here, right? Like EU loves its Pharah, EU loves its weird counter dive, whatever stuff. EU dive, not as good. Asia is the opposite. Asia loves dive. Asia also has a throwing problem where they will throw if they have anti-meta characters on their team all the time. Much higher frequency, whereas America, Europe are way more like non-off meta friendly. And then even just the context of like players that like want to grind characters so they perform mechanically better in those characters. It's different in region to region. Okay, let's keep going. We will not be looking at console. I know that question is going to get asked. We won't be looking at console. No hatred, just expediency, priority. Okay. Vendetta's dropped by what? 1.5% in America? Something like that? At least a percentage point. Which is good, I guess, but overhead things. I'm not going to go over my same points in Vendetta. Like I said, the actual mid-season patch react, I talk about my problems with the nerfs that they did. I think that they were bad nerfs, but she definitely needed a nerf, and she definitely needs more nerfs. So, yes. It's also kind of worth highlighting as well that a lot of, well, okay, no, I won't say that. I think it's fine. And the Genji buff is done okay. Like Genji being here is like cool for me. I think it's a little high for sure. Like ammo buff and him skyrocketing here is crazy, but sure, fine. Now the problem here, which is what we wanted to talk about, was we'll look at it in a second. But what's he doing in Grandmaster? Does the ammo buff help him in Grandmaster? Because that's where Genji was bad. Genji was not bad prior to the recent buff. He was not. He was only bad in higher ranks. Let's cheat. Houston. Bueller. Shirley. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Sir? Oh, no. Yeah, so this is the problem, right? Ammo buff, yay! But sucks in GM. Poop. And this is what they needed to change. Like, Genji has never really been a bad lower mid-rank character. Shocking, right? But he's just really struggled to perform in higher ranks. And that is wrong. He should, like Tracer, scale up a little bit at higher ranks, because not only is he more fun to play, or more fun to watch, rather, at the pro level and ranked level. Like, people like watching Genji streamers for a reason. But also, he's on paper, has that higher skill ceiling that should be rewarded more. And right now, it's just not the case. So, we could talk about that endlessly. I would start with the flat cooldown, and so on. But, yeah, problems. Was the projectile so? Yeah, it was. But I don't think nothing necessarily that was a bad nerf. The problem is that it needed to be compensated. That would be something that would be a little bit better to exploit at higher ranks. So now, obviously, it's contextual, right? Like it also depends on the meta as well. So we'll keep going. Ashe, I think a little bit weaker. I don't remember, but obviously still performing well. Pharah, Venture, whatever. Simus dropped, which is fine. A little bit. Torb, Hanzo. This is Bastion actually pretty noticeably worse. But I will say that Bastion's win rate actually wasn't really that great even prior to the nerf. I think he was like above average because lower ranks still have no idea how to play Bastion. And he has a counter swap problem that this chronically deflates his win rate. Tracer's trash, Cassie's still trash, shocker. Let's look at Grandmaster and then we'll do some regional move arounds. Symmetra is still fine, but it's way, way too small of a sample size. Pick rate 3.9. And Grandmaster Champion, we just cannot pull any conclusions about this really at all. Vendetta ban rate, obviously, is really hurting this as well. So it's really hard to know how good she is right now as well. Basically, it's just very difficult to read these numbers at Grandmaster Champion because it's easier. It's still difficult and for an all tiers, right? Like this is still hard, but at least it's all tiers, 5% of 100% of a player base, right? This is 3.9% of 1.2% of a player base, right? Like we're talking about like fractions, like we're talking about like one player having a 65-7% win rate can have a actual visible impact on this win rate. So we really can't pull too many conclusions. And this is also regional too, so just to narrow it down further. But Ashe TLDR obviously still fine. We'll look at a couple of these. Bastion obviously is still fine, maybe a bit weaker. Tracer, I won't say is on the up and up by any means, but too small of a sample size to know for sure. But we will see how this plays out. Still ridiculously low for the role and the rank. And hilariously, high rank players continue to beat their heads against the wall with hitscan. But that is not a surprise. So, yeah, that Vendetta pick rate is low. She is getting banned all the time. 100%. We'll do some regional sniffing here. Nothing super crazy to note here. As always, like those weird off-meta stuff feels a bit better. We'll quickly look here, see if there's any crazy outliers. Yeah, Vendetta's definitely a bit weaker. Genji's a bit stronger. Symmetra is a bit weaker as well. No crazy surprises across the board here. I guess even the Symmetra is still tolerable. Again, very small pick rate within Grandmaster Champion. We won't read too much into it. Ashe still good. Vendetta's pick rate's crazy. 5.9% pick rate in Asia. That ban rate's insane. Tracer, looking better in Asia, in Grandmaster. Not a huge surprise there, but like for context, Tracer is almost always like 1 or 2 in Asia. So prior, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's we will get back to America here. There's just been 0 surprises. I mean, we already know what's going to happen here, guys. We know what's going to happen. This one was by far like probably the most impactful changes, where the Edari and the Zenyatta nerf in terms of visible meta. So those characters, Edari had a very low pick rate, but was performing really well. So that her Giga buff was a bit of a surprise. And then the Zenyatta Discord buff was the wrong buff on a character that was already performing relatively well. Now, let me go ahead and say here, I have 0 problem with rotating metas. I really do. I don't have a problem with rotating metas. And that's something that they've been very public about purposely going for, is like rotating metas, like heroes in, heroes out. I think that's very clearly why Sigma and Ashe have received the love that they have had. I think they've overtuned specifically Sigma, but probably too. And I don't like some of the changes they've done. Like for Ashe, the buff they gave her, I think was a buff I wouldn't like during an Ashe meta. I like it, but I really don't have a problem with Sig Ashe, and I don't have a problem with Zenyatta being in the meta. I just would have liked a buff that would have also done work for his long-term growth. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is where we talked about on the patch, but like, hitbox size, being able to use your abilities during your ultimate, little things like that, that would have absolutely had an impact on his performance, made him meta. I'm telling you, just shrinking Zenyatta's hitbox to match his visual things and allowing him to use Harmony Orb or whatever during trance, 1%, 1.5, 2% pick rate or win rate. I'm telling you, it's a big deal. Instead, we got the Discord buff, which is not great. Not great. So we're going to see Zenyatta or EDR at the top. Actually, I almost guarantee it.
Honestly, I think people just feel like the juice isn't worth the
maybe.
squeeze,
could be. Yeah, it could be.
Etc. running around.
And so we're going to see EDR Zenyatta at the top. I'm curious to see how far Lucio has fallen. Hopefully not too far. I think the nerf that they gave was pretty reasonable. 5-second cooldown on Boop is fine. But yeah, we'll see. Isn't better to have a healthy meta always in the format is fun? It's just really hard to have, like, who decides what a healthy meta is, right? I think I do think novelty matters, even if people complain. I honestly do. I think people don't always know what they want. And I think variety matters. I really do. Now, I agree with you that, let me put it this way. My opinion is that Tracer should always be in the top 5 for win rates and Grandmaster Champion. Always. No exceptions. In the current state of the damage roll right now.
I honestly have a theory that Vendetta's win rate is actually an artifact of her pick rate dropping 6-fold after nerfs and how
could be people are better situationally at picking her. But yeah, I think Tracer and GM Champion, given the context of the competition's skill ceiling and so on, should always be top 5. But she shouldn't always be number 1 or number 2 or number 3. I think Winston and GM Champion should never drop out of top 5 or 6. Never. But I don't think he should always be number 1 or number 2 or number 3. Does that make sense? I don't think Lucio should never drop out of top 3 or 4 in support. I would say Lucio top 3 or 4 because I think the support cast is way, way more cancer. But I don't think he should always be number 1. So I think there needs to be some fluctuations in there. I 100% agree. I would never want to see a current iteration of an Orisa, Roadhog, certain, I think there's a blacklist, right? But I don't mind Sigma being the strongest tank right now. I really don't. I've kind of said I would prefer a 53% win rate Sigma, than a 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. But I don't mind Sigma being the strongest tank. Fine with me. Let it go for a month. I don't care. Sure. It's okay with me. There's a line between a character being too strong, which I think Vendetta has clearly crossed, and I've been kind of critical of that. I think it's just absurd to have a character, even a new character, be 55, 56, 57, whatever win rate for as long as she has. And I do think that there is certain characters that should never break the top 5 in their current state, but I don't think I think there's some new ones. So, do I think Bastion's on that blacklist? Maybe. I would never say Bastion should be in the top 5. But Bastion in his current state has earned to be in the top 10. Maybe that's a hot take. But I don't think Bastion's near as annoying to play as he used to be. He's a lot higher skill ceiling than he used to be. And even as somebody that plays a decent amount of tank, I don't hate playing Bastion as much as I used to. I still would say that Bastion was overtuned, sure. Yeah, and I've talked about exactly what I think they should have changed about him, but it's gotten better. Like, that's to me is like that's kind of my rework argument earlier. It's like, oh, you can't fix Bastion. I guarantee you, there were people back in Overwatch 1 that said you could not fix and improve Bastion. You destroy his identity. And right now, maybe those people really do think that they destroyed Bastion's identity. But I legitimately not only enjoy playing Bastion, but I don't hate playing versus Bastion near as much as I used to. Is it perfect? No. But I think that's just one example of at least a dozen, proving that people that think that you can't improve hero identities, completely false. It's subjective, of course, but I just think that whole concept is just utter nonsense. Utter nonsense. So, and that's just one example. Character that isn't even quote-unquote perfectly designed. He's gotten a lot better. If they never changed anything about Bastion right now, I would still be happy with his state. I wish that you can always do more. You know me, it's like always pushing for more interesting, more. Maybe you can go too far. But I think yeah, okay, good job. It was a success, Okay, let's go ahead and move into support here. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Good news. Brig looks to be in an okay spot. Low pick rate, but yeah, it's fine. Exactly where we want her. Juno's fine. Lucio's actually doing okay, which is that's good as well. Ana's they just need to buff Ana, I think. Yeah. I just think this is too high. Even for a Zen quote-unquote meta. It's just too high. I mean, EDRA's pick rate has what? Doubled? Doubled, I think. That's a little concerning for a character that, based off of her popularity and her design, I know I'm going to make people angry saying this, but I'm going to say it. I think that she should remain unpopular. I don't think that she's very healthy during the meta, nor is she particularly interesting or fun to play for most people. And the reason why I know that is because that people don't pick her or play her when she's good. She has to be broken for people to play or pick her. Now, that's not a perfect metric. A great example is like, then is Wrecking Ball boring? No, he's just too hard. There's different metrics for popularity for sure. You know, I think a lot of people pick Moira, despite her being, I think, kind of boring. So it's not a perfect metric. I understand there's flaws in that logic for sure. But from my subjective point of view, I don't think EDR metas are very good. I think there's way more interesting poke-oriented supports with more interesting kits and counterplay. BAP, Ana, Zen I have criticisms of, you know, so. So yeah, EDR is insane. Breakpoints are way too strong. Zenyatta is also way too strong. But other than that, the Ana's too low, and then, you know, Kiriko is just comically low, as usual. Yeah. Let's take a look at Grandmaster. I actually kind of expect Grandmaster to be very similar. I don't actually expect Grandmaster to be that much different. Whoa, Zen is way lower than expected. Even in Grandmaster, this is lower than Zenyatta. Maybe smaller of a pick rate. Maybe he's getting banned a lot. I actually don't know. Does anybody watch a lot of streamers? Is Zenyatta getting banned frequently? This is much lower than I expect. I'd expect at least 51% here. I'd expect Zenyatta to be up here. I'm expecting ban rates. Now, I understand, but he still gets poop on higher ranks. Even in Grandmaster Champion, I'm not sure that that's true. And scrims, meta, official, pro, yeah, 100%, yeah. Interesting. Okay, so maybe this is just this is why you can't buff Discord alone, because for all the plat tanks that are just going to stand there, that hurts like butt. But anybody that LOS's Discord or angles around him, this doesn't address a lot of his root issues in higher ranks.
But it may also be that
so
Discord being busted doesn't
we're not back-splaining this. This is always the case. But even despite that, I was expecting it to be higher. But wow, this is even more damning than I thought. This is even more damning than I thought. I thought that, okay, maybe then Zen is going to still be okay. But yeah, let's look at some other regions before we draw two great major conclusions here. Maybe just characters like EDR, they kind of are competitive with Zenyatta's niche, and she's just better than Zenyatta in most of the situations. Different, but better. But yeah, I mean, 30% Discord is definitely a noob stomper buff. Let's put it that way. Definitely a noob stomper buff, which is why we don't like it, right? It's why we don't like it. Let's move ahead to Europe. Let's jump around in GM for just a second. Yeah, see, this is more of what I was expecting. I don't know. This is why I guess we don't pull conclusions too fast. Kiriko 45.8 and Grandmaster. She's not broken. Remember, guys, the plat players are dragging Kiriko's win rate down. Remember that? Remember all the pro players that plat players that don't know how to take angles are dragging the win rate down? Love that. 47.5 and Asia. Yeah, I mean, Zen's actually was fine in Europe. EDRA wearing on a dominating here. So, yeah. Nothing super crazy here. I'm glad to see Lucio still performing well in regions that are relevant to him, aka not Asia. He's doing okay. He's doing okay. A little worse than I would have liked, though. But I think that's more to do with the competition here. So, I don't like EDR meta. I think it sucks, but could be worse. Could be worse. She's too hard for Grandmasters. All the GM low bobs. Right. Thank you. No rush. I appreciate that. Keep shifting those goalposts. Sarah Lee's putting on a masterclass of the pro player mindset. Not the pro player mindset, the high rank player mindset. Yeah, that's true, Matt. Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's sniff around here. Let's do a little sniffing. I mean, yeah, again, it's shocking. EDR is Zenyatta dominating 54%. I think it's just too high. not to mention the buffs of the Discord specifically. I'm a little bit less critical of Ediari's buffs. To me, there's just a lot less that you can buff with Ediari, at least off the top of my head. Maybe you could do like Outburst Verticality, or to me, it's more of a design problem with the character. With Zenyatta, I do think there's design space that they could have done. They just haven't. So I'm more critical. I'm more critical of Ediari's design and more critical of the balance that they did to Zenyatta, the change they did, if that makes sense. So, yeah. Asia. Oh my gosh. 56.8 at all tiers. This might be the matchup versus like crappy dive players in Asia is insane. Like, for example, EDRA is like I don't know if this is accurate. This is just my guess, just an educated guess. Is that like Asia's super dive build, right? EDRA is like a great example of an anti-dive character if you're bad. But if you have any sort of high level staging, high patience, she doesn't really have the ability to get away from it. Pylon's just broken versus like, it's like a skill check, right? Unless she's wildly overtuned. So what you have is then you go like, okay, all these Asia players forcing these crappy dive comps, forcing Tracer, forcing Genji, Pylon. I mean, this is insane. They're trying. I mean, this is just insane. So it's weirdly enough, it might be the higher dive pick rates from not strong dive heroes that are inflating her win rates. But regardless, like contextually, this is nutso. Like absolutely nutso. Would 1 second minus sleep dart cooldown on that? I'd rather they did something with Nade, but yeah. So she's definitely overtuned, and then you just inflate that by maybe a context of crappy dive characters. Like, for example, my point being is, like, if they buff Tracer, this would drop. I'm fairly confident. But, I mean, come on. I'm sorry, 57% pick rate in all tiers is crazy. Crazy. That's crazy talk. That's insane. That's insane. That, like, is that the strongest win rate of any character right now at all tiers? 56.8. Yeah, that's by far the strongest, by over a percentage point, the strongest character. That's crazy. That's insane. Wild. Yeah, that's even stronger than I thought. Even stronger than I thought. So no major surprises today. Maybe the Diva conundrum is definitely something that we have to kind of wait and see on. Probably just need a larger sample size before we draw any conclusions from that. So this is why I definitely focus on all tiers, especially only a week and a half after the initial thing, because I think Grandmaster champions disproportionately benefit from more time. Like, for example, I think Tracer's win rate got, like, I think when we did this like a month and a half ago, I think Tracer's win rate dropped by like 2 whole percentage points from when we first analyzed it to the end of the season. So what I will say is I won't say a grain of salt, I'll say like a chunk of salt with anything that we're looking at with Grandmaster Champion at all regions. But I think all tiers we have a little more confidence in, which is why we look at all tiers, because there's just a much larger sample size. So, yeah. Yep. Okay. EDR needs nerfs. She's going to have her time to shine, but I think this is kind of my criticism here is I know it's a fine-tuning thing, but like I just think anything larger than this is probably too strong for a meta. Because you go from meta-defining characters to meta-dependent characters, as in like you're kind of, especially in high ranks, depending on those characters to be picked to perform. It's an arbitrary line in the sand for me, and I don't think anybody should go by my guidelines exclusively, but it is definitely something that is it's eyebrow raising. And certainly 55% or 56 or 56.8 should be probably a line that we should try to avoid crossing for any reason, for any period of time. So. But yeah, I agree. If we're going to nerf EDR, I think it kind of comes down to kit stuff as well. So like, not just reverting the change, and we're right back where we started. So Brigitta's a little bit more meta dependent. She's also a bit more of a misunderstood character, like Kiriko-ish, who chronically has deflated pick rates or win rates, I think. And she also has a relatively higher skill ceiling. So I'm not as concerned about Brig. I think Brig is so fine. And like we said, we've talked about Brig in terms of like bug fixes, quality of life stuff, more so than anything else. In my opinion, I think the sequence of patches makes it hard to argue that devs don't intentionally push meta. I don't think anybody is arguing that devs don't push meta. I think anybody that thinks that the devs don't try to create little metas, I don't think they manually control every hero, but it's obvious. It's objectively true. I mean, they've even said it. I don't remember where, but I swear Alec at one point on stream was talking about like they want to cycle through characters. Clearly push metas. And as I've already said, I don't think that that's a bad thing. I think it's more to do with like how it's being done in terms of the quality of the types of buffs and nerfs that they're doing, like what buffs and nerfs, which have been some good, some bad, and then how big those buffs or nerfs have been, like the how powerful those changes have been made. Like, for example, Zenyatta, a great example. Zenyatta getting a little micro buff is not bad, but I think he was already strong enough to where he shouldn't have gotten anything major because he was already a good performing support, if I remember correctly. Hello? Yeah, 52.7 prior to the buff. So something minor, very minor, and it needs to be something that makes the character more interesting and better and more, as we've seen, better in higher ranks preferably, and not just a Discord buff. So it was how big the buff was too big, and also the type of buff was wrong. But giving Zenyatta a minor buff was not a problem. Letting Zen have a little bit more time to shine, going from 10.6, where are we at, to a little bit more common. That's okay. Sorry. But I think long term, agreed. So that's kind of my point. It's why I was critical of the Reinhardt Earthshatter nerf that they gave, right? Because I think Ryan actually needed a nerf for sure, but it needed to not affect his high rank win rate as much. And also something that just makes the character more interesting. Like just nerfing his ult charge is just kind of, like nerf his shield by 100 or something, like. It's why I was less critical of the Lucio boop change, because I know that was a fairly significant nerf, but also like I do think a 4-second cooldown boop was just probably too low from a character design perspective. And it's why I was very critical of the Vendetta nerf, despite her absolutely needing a nerf and probably needing more nerfs. So, anyway, that's my opinions. Nothing really surprising here. Nothing really to go over the top negative about, because nothing here is a surprise based off of the patch notes. I've already gotten all my negativity out onto the patch notes. And so I guess the good news here is this is about what we expected. No surprise negativities. Oh my gosh, this character's like really the only major surprise was the fact that EDRA is performing a little better than I was expecting. And it is disappointing to see Zenyatta performing as poorly as he is, at least from the small sample size in Jam, although that might change. But nothing really overly negative or overly positive. Pretty much what we expected for the most part. Yeah. And definitely, like I said, the Vendetta nerfs weren't enough, right? Like overhead is still a problem, and her kit is still not as interesting to play as it used to be. So, yeah. Okay. Questions, thoughts, concerns. Otherwise, I'm going to take a quick snack eating break, and then maybe we'll do some React slot for an hour. Got a couple of things we can maybe watch and talk about. But yeah, this, and from like a meta perspective, this meta is really not trash. Like we've had so many worse metas. I mean, Sigma, Queen, Ryan, Doom. Like having these characters being not super good is definitely like we've had worse metas. Vendetta is definitely a little toxic, but people are protecting themselves with bans a lot. We do see Ashe, we see Reaper, we see Rat, Bastion, Soldier. We've had far worse metas, and even though I make fun of EDR, I think the reason why I'm so aggressive against EDR is the fact that I think that she's under-hated by the community because she's just not very visible, where it's really easy to dunk on Moira, Mercy, Kiriko. But yeah, I think that this meta has been like, every meta, anything that's immediately annoying is always worse than anything we've dealt with historically, but I think if you look at it like as objectively as you possibly can, this meta has not been really that bad. So, are we going to get big perk reworks again? No idea. I think, so this is my big question for 2026, okay? And I'm saying this as objectively as I can, without knowing all the turns and tables and secrets, is where are the reworks? Where are the perk, are we going to get perk fixes? How much more time are we going to invest into the perk system? where are the developer resources gone? Where are they going? What I have seen the last 6 months has been underwhelming, but not bad. Let's put it that way. A lot of patches with a lot of nice little changes, a lot of good vision. Give some credit to Custa, I think, who's probably done a lot of these. Some decent changes, but it's like, yeah, that long term. It's like if we have patches like this for 3 years, a lot of things are going to be in a good spot. It's like I'm not the content. I'm like, where are these resources going right now? You know, and I just don't know, really. Maybe Stadium, new heroes. It's like I would like to see more quality long-term vision patches changed. Like, for example, if Discord was buffed because they didn't have the time to be able to do an effective hitbox reduction of Zenyatta, if that's even on the, I don't even know if that's on the table or not. Like, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt here from my subjective opinion, but it's also like, man, that would be like it would be nice if you had the resources for that. Now I know that, like, I'm the competitive guy, so I'm going to be all the minutia and the nitty gritty, but I mean, hey, I'm going to say it, you know, like, that's my opinion and that's why you guys are here. So, but, ignoring balance here, right? I would like to see more of these, like you said, like the perk rework stuffs, and you know, I would love for them to do another, you know, a month or two from now, do another go through all the perks, change a lot of these perks, revert a couple, fix a couple, adjust a couple, evaluate if any perks should be added to base kit, and then compensation nerfs happen. I just feel like there's so much opportunity there, you know? So much opportunity there. You know, right, we haven't had a lot of map reworks in a while either, and those have overall been very good. I mean, I think the last thing we had was a lot of the Flashpoint changes, which were really good. Yeah. So we'll see. And then I also think, like, the major criticism, I think, okay, so here's the problem. I think balancing has objectively been really bad recently. Worse than it's been in probably all of 2025. Yes, it has. Patches have been okay. I like the changes. Let me be very clear. So people kind of, I think, confuse the what was changed and how much was changed. Okay, so I liked most of the things that have been happening in the patch notes, and that's why I've been consistently giving them pretty good grades in terms of, like, long term. They have been those many reworks that have been good. A lot. So you can go through all my patch notes reactions, and I'll explain why. The problem has been from, like, a balance standpoint. By balance, I mean how strong or how weak certain characters are. We keep seeing this number, right? Or this number, right? Or Vendetta, or Sigma, or GM Diva Zarya for a little bit, right? Where these characters were vastly overperforming for a period of time. Now, I know, I don't give a frick about you Orisa Roadhog players. You guys get nothing, right? But it's been kind of top heavy for a while. It has been, I think, objectively a lot more volatile than it has been for most of 2025, at least since we've had public stats. Like, it's been like, wow. Used to be like, you know, I think just even going back to Wu Yang, right? Like, what was Wu Yang? 56, 57%, right? Which are like, that's still pretty bad, right? But first off, he's not as offensive as Vendetta, which is obviously true. But I do think Wu Yang, as OP as he was not quite as bad as Vendetta. And then if you go back to Freya, again, obnoxious, right? For a lot of people, but not quite as bad as Vendetta, at least certainly in most ranks. And certainly stuff like Sigma having 54% whatever win rate for months on end has not been something that we've really had either. So I think it kind of comes down to those people being negative about patch notes, because we are having characters that are clearly overperforming for longer periods of time than they should. And I don't think it's an accident this is correlated also with the holidays. I think that's definitely part of the thing, but yeah. How much control do you have of somebody's win rate, though? Well, see, I think that I understand your point, but this is why we have hot fixes. right? This is why we have hotfixes. And I also think that at a certain point in time, that is a gauge of competence, right? When you slap Vendetta on the wrist with 225 HP breakpoints and call it a day before going on holiday, right? That's a very negative thing to say. Let me reframe that. When you slap Vendetta on the wrist for 225 HP and kind of let it cook for a few weeks and kind of let people get used to it, I just think that's a bad read. I like that they release characters on the safe side of strong. I have no problems with that strategy, but safe side of strong versus 58% win rate, 59%, come on. And I think that the reason why I'm aggressive about this is because I like Vendetta. I like playing Vendetta. I think she's interesting. I think her hero design is overhated. I think she has a lot of problems with her execution. Thank you so much. But I think that she's fine. They're really tarnishing people's opinion of these interesting new characters because the balance has been done so glacially slow and not done very well. So people get really, really negative about these character designs. You guys don't remember this, but people freaking hated Sigma on release for a while. Shocking, right? Double shield. And he was unbelievably overtuned on release. One of the probably top 5 strongest hero designs on release, probably. And so it's taken literally years, like 5, 6 years, for people to get to the point to where they actually like Sigma, tolerate Sigma metas to where we are today. You know, we could say format too, but because they just didn't balance the character quickly enough, so people started to really freaking hate him. People really hate him. And this is my concern, is we have the Freya problem, where people are like, Freya still has a lot of problems. I can agree that there's like audio design problems and breakpoints and bolts. And you could say that you don't like Freya, but I think a lot of people are probably overhate Freya a little bit because she was too strong for too long. And Vendetta has been way too strong for too long. And so a character that I feel like has potential as a design just was balanced too slow for too long. And now she's going to deal with this problem where she's going to be like the black sheep here that everyone's going to hate her because she just was too strong for too long. Malga, right. People still to this day think Malga is like Satan. And Malga definitely is not the best design tank, but Malga does not deserve to be in the same conversation as Ramatra, Orisa, or Roadhog. I would argue that Zarya is an inferior tank to Malga, design-wise. That's my maybe not super hot take, but I think that there is I think Malga is a more interesting tank to play as and against than Zarya by a decent step. And yet that's not a very cold take for the larger part of the community, maybe not for you guys, because people still have PTSD from his release. You know? So it's like, this is the problem when you don't balance properly or fast enough, is that people really develop negative opinions, and then those opinions stick. Yeah, I agree, Matt. Malgamera is a joke. And so that those opinions get real sticky real fast. You know? So that's my problem. Is that people's opinions are very slow to change. And so if you make an egregious error and let it sit for a long time, you tarnish people's opinions. And I think the real danger of that is that you create this. I think Overwatch's hero release, Venture, Juno, Wu Yang, Hazard, to a lesser extent Freya, but I think a lot of those characters have been really fun and really interesting. And a lot of people's opinions of those characters are bad because they've been poorly balanced, not necessarily because they're badly designed. Are they Winston, Genji, Tracer tier, Lucio tier? Well, I mean, you know me. At least you know me, right? But I mean, I think those characters are fun to play. I really do. And I don't mind playing versus them either. The problem has just been a question of balance. And so balance, the problem then is that design can bleed into balance, and balance can bleed into design. An interestingly designed character that is poorly balanced can be interpreted as poorly designed. That's the danger. You know, so if you don't balance correctly, you can make yourself look like a badly designed character. Right, so kind of a bummer. And I think Vendetta is like the most recent casualty. And this kind of raises some concerns about future hero releases as well. To where I want them on the safe side of strong. I want them to be more responsive with balancing. I want them to nerf and buff the right things. This is obvious low-hanging fruit. And then if the new character has a 53% win rate and it's not picked every game, so be it. It's all right. So, okay. I guess we can kind of stop there. So, what I should do, I might, to just be a true React slop guy. What do you guys think about pulling up a video and just watching the video while I eat? And then I will pause at some point and then give my thought. Just because I don't want to sit here and eat for like 5-10 minutes and you guys just sit here. We'll do that. We'll do that. W Cat Bro, thanks, man. Blizzard can't do safe side as strong though. Now they've added bans. Right. I mean that.
I used to
I mean that to me is a great example, right? Where bans have You make a great point that I honestly forgot to mention. Where bans have really, really highlighted how important it is to get the safe side of strong done correctly. Otherwise, you're fricked. So this isn't even like, in my opinion, they should do this. They're going to have to figure this out. They're going to have to figure this out. Otherwise, new hero releases are going to suck because they're just going to get banned permanently. Great point. I mean, I actually had that in my notes and just forgot. So thank you for reminding me. That would have been bad because that's a really important detail. Do you know about scoreboard and replays? I do. I just forget to use it, to be honest with you. All right, well, 1.1 React Slop, Capitology video. Somebody sent this to me. I have not seen this yet. Ultimate Economy does not matter. Clickbait aside, we will obviously, it's a good title. It's a great title. We'll take a look here. Let me eat. Let's go.
Today, I'm going to be explaining something kind of controversial in Overwatch 2 that's responsible for a lot of personal headaches of mine when I have to listen to other people talk about the game. Ult economy. Now, in Overwatch 1, ult economy was incredibly real and an important concept. It was a highly defining aspect of how the game was played. You could argue that it was the single most important defining aspect of the game. Ultimates were much more consistent, they were farmed much faster, and the game was much fairer, to the point where properly playing ult cycles, not overusing ults, and using the proper ults for the specific situation was the most important part of the game. This is not how it works in Overwatch 2, most of the time. Now, ult economy does still exist, contrary to what I said in the title, but overall, it's a minor sticking point compared to the real important aspects of the game now. What changed? Why did this happen? Do we need to let it go? Now, I do want to put a disclaimer. There are certain comps where it is still a major defining factor, mostly off-tank comps such as the D.Va Sim comp and Zarya comps. EU is playing a lot of these comps in the last stage of 2025, and Alcacia and Twisted Minds were playing these comps at the World Finals. They still treat this concept with really high importance, which is what allows them to thrive at these comps, while they historically fail at almost every other comp. I'm going to make a lot of blanket statements for the purpose of this video and explaining the concept, but as new metas emerge and new characters come out, such as Sim being incredibly strong, or Zarya or D.Va becoming overtuned, it is always important to reevaluate the fundamentals of the game and see what concepts are most important for the specific comp that you're playing. Now, with the disclaimer done, let's get into it. For these Overwatch 2 sections, I intentionally picked metas where ult economy mattered the most to give the best possible benefit of the doubt to the concept. There are 3 big reasons I'm going to outline why ult economy is not nearly as important in Overwatch 2 as it used to be. Reason number 1, it is easier to win fights without ults in Overwatch 2. Why? Individual playmaking used to be far less important and less impactful in Overwatch 1. There were more tank resources, less splits, and it was much easier to stop someone from making a powerful play without an ult. In Overwatch 2, the DPS are a lot more free, splitting is much more powerful, and the potential for ultless plays is overall much higher. In addition to this, aggressive trades, or killing someone at the cost of you also dying, are more impactful in general, since mid-fights are much more chaotic in Overwatch 2, and the potential to eventually win these messy fights is much higher. A specific trade on an enemy with a powerful ult is also much more impactful in Overwatch 2, as his teammates have a much harder time turning the fight without him. With all of these factors in mind, let's take a look at the first fight. Example number 1 is from NA OWCS Stage 4 in 2024. Toronto Defiant and Nightmare were playing each other in the Grand Finals in a very, very close match. In the fight we're about to look at, Nightmare used 3 ults to Toronto's 0 to win this fight. And to be clear, this is bad. I picked this extreme example because this is one of the worst misuses of ult economy in my recent memory, and yet it ends up not mattering because of Nightmare's mastery of other concepts of the game. Now, the part of this that grinds my gears is someone in the Toronto VC definitely just said, don't worry, they just use 3 ults, the next fight is free. Wrong. Seeker's hiding in this bottom right room and is going to kill one person to start the fight. Toronto is still going to get the point, and they're going to use their Orisa rally combo to kill Zera. But Seeker uses the messiness of this fight and his own ult to find a kill on Sugar Free. As Merritt comes back from spawn, the fight is now technically even, but the specific trades Nightmare got means Toronto does not get to use the ult economy to their advantage at all. This is not an accident. The forced messiness of this fight also makes it incredibly difficult for Toronto to cleanly use their ults before or after the trades. In this fight, Nightmare knows they're down ults. They hit early with a Blade Juno ult combo. Toronto uses their ult economy advantage here to get 2 kills to Nightmare's 1. On paper, this looks pretty good for Toronto, and it might look like a win for ult economy heads all across the world. There is a problem though. Nightmare has made the same kind of map flip as earlier, forcing messiness.
We're really quick, mouthful. But this is the stuff that we talked about with Chris. Do you remember, guys? Remember we were reviewing Chris's Winston? The only thing that can go wrong here is if you overforce the objective when you're up 1. Cleanly put the fight away. Win the fight first. And so what happens here is Toronto does not have a man advantage because their man advantage is not engaged in the fight, and Nightmare has an advantage positionally. I'm gonna let Capitology finish this point here, but so far he's absolutely correct. Chaos fights, angle control, layering, sure, layering matters, but angle control, map control, clutching fights. You guys remember, real Spilo fans remember, like 3 years ago, me coaching the best British collegiate team with a Roadhog OTP and the Sim OTP. Do you guys remember? Meta 1. Where the entire concept of the VOD review is chaos fights, fights where we were down old economy and finding ways to open up high risk, high reward angles. All right? This is exactly what's being talked about here. And the important thing here is highlighting, that Capitology is highlighting, is that, like, obviously clickbait title aside, is that old economy does not mean that you have map control. You have to check your corners. You have to clear your angles. You have to use your resources, not always on main, but to win these clutch angles, right? Like you can't just run it down in combo because you might combo one person and then just be surrounded. This is where I got into the debate with a lot of 5v5 or 6v6 debates, where I think a lot of 6v6ers incorrectly said that 6v6 was easier to clutch when you were down 1. And my argument was that, like, on a percentage base, losing 1 means that you're down 20%, versus 16.7% with 6v6. But on a reality state, that you are able to clutch lost fights or down in fights more because the space is more available to you in 5v5. And this is kind of demonstrating my point exactly. We won't go down that rabbit hole. There's a lot of nuance to that discussion, of course. But yeah, 100% correct. Let's keep going here.
There is a problem though. Nightmare has made the same kind of map flip as earlier, forcing messiness in this fight. Toronto is forced to move to point to avoid further trades. This means as the Nightmare DPS come back from spawn...
I'm actually going to unplug here because I got to go grab some supplements. But I'm going to unplug and mute my mic and then turn it up so I can still hear it. So, I'll be right back. But I can still hear it.
Pinch is going to form on the point. This fight is forced to break down into a messy trade fest that shows Nightmare's fundamentals are much more important than the ult economy at play here. As a side note here, the wave respawn function introduced in Overwatch 2 also makes this playstyle a lot more impactful. Your DPS that went for aggressive trades get rewarded, get huge time cut off their respawn, and they will come back much faster than they used to in Overwatch 1. Reason number 2. It is much easier and much better to make enemy ults bad in Overwatch 2. Playing ult economy on its own is not worth as much anymore because it's much easier to kite and overall avoid losing to enemy ults than it used to be. Why? Tanks are much stronger than they used to be. In Overwatch 1, most of your ults could be used to kill a tank. In Overwatch 2, this is basically impossible. Since a tank can handle taking 5 people's aggro and living, it's possible to let them walk up alone in a way that was not possible in Overwatch 1. If you did this, your tanks would just die. Overall mobility is also much higher, further making this spacing concept really important, since it's easier to kite ults and that much harder to chase a team down if they space your ults properly. Because this type of spacing is allowed, it's way easier to kite than it used to be. In Overwatch 1, if you used the right ults, you would simply win the fight. This fight is a brawl mirror from Overwatch 1. Shock is defending point and Dallas Fuel is going to walk up. However, because of the nature of Overwatch 1 and killable tanks, if Dallas tries to bait their tanks on this walk up and let their tanks you'll lose the fight anyways. Here, Shock use B and Nano, and they're simply able to kill the enemy tank. In Overwatch 2, this plays out a lot differently. On walk-ups, you're allowed to let your frontline walk in completely alone, and if they play properly, they will not die if the enemy team uses an ult. This gives you a gigantic Overwatch 2 exclusive counterplay tool against enemy ult economy. To be clear, I'm not saying that kiting ults was impossible in Overwatch 1. I'm simply saying in Overwatch 2, it's much easier and a much more successfully used tool to deal with this problem. Here, Sakura is defending King's Row second, with a close hold on spawn. Nightmare is going to flip through the bottom right and take the position of the defending team. Sakura effectively ends up doing a retake and pretends to be the team attacking King's Row second. Sakura is going to have Zeb and Zomba walk up alone and poke very hard, while the backline stays far out of engage range. This means when Luke Mino sees Sakura walking up, he thinks the whole team is walking up and pops Rush. Rush, however, is not able to kill an Orisa, and Sakura is going to cleanly kite this ult, making a fight that would have been free in Overwatch 1 by just killing the tank, a more complicated and nuanced fight in Overwatch 2. Because of this, teams that play much better than other teams can completely neutralize the ult economy by baiting and spacing properly. In addition, teams that are similarly matched in skill end up passing these skill checks properly, and it's very common to see those teams just mirroring ults or the amount of ults they use quite often. This is very, very common, and in these matchups at a high level, most of these fights are decided by everything except for ult economy if both teams are mirroring ults. If you watch an OWCS Brawl mirror and take a shot every time the teams match Kiri Rush on each other, you will die of alcohol poisoning. Reason number 3. It is much more negatively impactful to lose a fight than it used to be. Why? The team that wins a fight builds significantly more ults than the team that loses. This means if a team used 2 ults to the enemy team's 0 ults to win a fight, they often build significantly more ults during the cleanup of that fight and during the poke between those fights. This depends a lot on the specific meta in comp and is very different across different metas. The team that loses also needs to retake the next fight, and retakes are much more complicated and difficult in Overwatch 2 than they used to be in Overwatch 1. In Overwatch 2, having to retake is a gigantic disadvantage, similar to or worse than being down an ult as the fight is starting. A notable exception to this are the off-tank comps I mentioned earlier, which is a big part of...
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think the concept here is that, like, it can be challenging to retake space when it becomes a lot more complicated to retake space. But I would say, whereas Overwatch 1 had more simplicity with retaking space because there were fewer options and your splits could be as deep, it was also a lot more difficult because space was just a lot more congested as a whole. Like, even if we ignore the obvious 2CP example here, like, chokes just mattered a lot more in 6v6. So I don't necessarily agree with his point here. I think he's been bang on until this point. I think with Overwatch 2, it's actually easier to retake space in a lot of situations. You just have to be more creative. You have more room for creativity. Yes, retakes were absolutely harder. Retakes were absolutely harder.
Why old ult economy concepts are still so impactful in those comps. This forced messy trade fight from earlier, where Seeker was able to trade both DPS, is now cleaned up. And look at the ult charges. The fight before this, Nightmare just used Blade, Orisa, and Rally, and during this fight, they used Noon. Yet they are about to have Orisa ult and Rally again, as well as building an entire Noon during the cleanup of this fight.
But I don't necessarily agree with this. We've already established earlier in the video that ult charge was actually a lot faster in lower in 66 because not only were there more warm bodies to shoot, but sustain shooting tanks gave you full ult charge, and healing tanks gave full ult charge. So I actually, I think it's in many ways harder to build ults in Overwatch 2, which means that the disproportionate amount of winning versus losing doesn't really matter.
Right. Since these 3 people contribute heavily to the cleanup, they significantly gap their counter.
The real point is, see, if you use ults and you win, you get ults back as partial compensation. Yes, but there's no different between that and 66 and 5v5 or old school Overwatch and new Overwatch. It's the exact same. It's the exact same. Yeah.
Parts and ult charge build.
Like, the difference needs to be the contrast, right? Because that point is for both sides. Yes, you get ult charge back.
They used more ults to win the fight. They end up building 2 extra ults worth of ult charge because of it. They also get to control the setup of the next fight. Since they won, they're able to easily build the rest of these ults and an extra 30% to the
There is if you're using your ults to just kill a tank, since you don't get ult charge from your ult itself. Using to kill a tank. When using ult, I don't know. So you're saying if the idea is that if you use an ult in 5v5, it doesn't immediately get a kill, but creates an advantage that eventually will allow you to win the fight, so the engagements last longer? So that if you use an ult early in 5v5, the engagement drags on because it doesn't immediately kill, and then you end up winning?
He's saying that the base amount of ult charge per fight is higher for both sides because there was more to shoot, longer fights, etc, 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 while in 5v5 things go faster and who gets ult charge off.
I guess, but we're also making the point that ults matter less. So if you're getting ult charge off of cleanup, but they're saying the ults matter less, then doesn't that just end up yes? You know, like, okay, like you get the cleanup fight charge, whereas in 66 it was the longer engagements meant that the ult charge was more neutral, even if you did win the fight. But then if those ult matters less, it doesn't matter. I'm not sure I fully understand the point here.
There are 2 ults before the next fight starts. Toronto is forced to retake here because they lost the fight.
Like, his point is that Nightmare won the fight in 5v5, and so have more ult charge going to the next fight. But that is not unique to 5v5 at all. And if anything, it matters less because we've already established that the ult economy here matters less than Nightmare winning the fight and getting the pre-fight setup for the point. The positioning matters more.
Putting them in a massive disadvantage. They're forced to let Nightmare build these ults during the poke of the early fight. To conclude, ult economy does still exist, obviously, but it is far, far less important than it used to be. If ult economy is your main form of game knowledge and analysis, you're doing yourself a major disservice and you are ignoring the vast majority of the game. Please stop saying they used X ults after losing a
push-pull matters a lot, but push-pull is chronically overrated by Western regions. We've talked about this 3 trillion times, and yeah.
Fight and thinking it was okay to lose. Look closely at what is actually happening in games and pay attention to the teams that are winning in what they are doing. If you're the team saying they used X ults, it's okay after losing the fight, and then you lose the match, if you look back closely, you will realize there are much more important things going on.
So basically, TLDR, ults overrated, space underrated. Yes, that is correct. Good video. Really good video. Glad we actually took a look at that. 100%. Good stuff. Check it out. Capitology. Ult economy does not matter. Good video. You know, this is stuff that we've been talking about. You know what? Actually, okay, so you know what's funny? Okay, I'm gonna use this as a point to glaze, you know? Thank you, Capitology, for the excuse. We're gonna go back. And I want you guys to remember, the people used to criticize me for this crap. And those frickers are wrong, including professional coaches. So frick you guys. Where is it? Where is it? Overwatch 2 beta. The macro hasn't changed in other news. We're going to react to my own video. One of the biggest changes with Overwatch, and I want you guys to pay attention to this, and I firmly believe this to be true, is that in Overwatch 2, there are very, very few, if zero, hard counters left in the game. Spicy. I think I was wrong with that with certain characters, but keep in mind this was before. This is when Orisa was weak. There was no Ramatra. Yeah, we'll move on. We'll keep going. One thing about 5v5, so there's a couple of things that are changing with 5v5. If you haven't noticed already, the biggest change with 5v5, the 2 biggest changes with 5v5, and you guys are going to get like some secret big brain Overwatch League access here, kind of. The first one's obvious. All the tanks got buffed. So yes, there is only one tank, but every single tank has more HP. Every single tank has more flexibility. Almost all. Well, look, I want to talk about the macro of the game. Okay. More flexibility and more versatility, and they're a lot less reliant on being constantly pumped into healing. So not only do tanks take less damage, we'll get to the individual changes in a second, but they're more they're more flexible. They're more independent. So you're less, I need pumping heals and this. Let's see when we talk about space. I'm looking for space.
Opportunities to create space, contest high grounds. All the things can create space, right? Zarya can bubble a DPS at an angle, significantly more reliant on your DPS creating space themselves. They are actually the space creators in Overwatch 2, as important or almost as important as your solo tank, because there's one fewer tank is unbelievable important that your DPS understand the control of angles and flanks, because if they don't, they're going to die over and over and over again to the enemy DPS taping angles. And the fact that, as you might have heard, because there's one fewer tank, and supports are a little squishier. They're a little bit more fragile. So if you're not actively denying the enemy team the angles, the map control, your support's going to feel really squishy. The other thing that supports have to do now is it's even significantly worse to focus only on heal botting down main. So we'll just go don't heal bot, right? So we talk about, remember everyone's talked about the plat on a playstyle, which is a little bit facetious, but it's, you just pump your heals up your Reinhardt's bunk and nano them off of cooldown. That absolutely will not work. It's significantly weaker in Overwatch 2 because remember, with the fewer tanks there are to swing on, Reinhardt has to create space in other ways. Reinhardt has to create space by controlling left and swinging right and fire striking this, and also because the tanks need less healing as a whole. In fact, it's way more important for Ana what you're doing to heal your DPS. What shots are you landing on the enemy Tracer? What shots are you landing on the enemy Cassidy to control those off angles?
Zenyatta, we
Save
talked about the same
bookshelf,
great comp, how
yes.
it's really good at controlling off angle. So now every support has to be thinking about that. If I'm playing Lucio, I can't just sit on heal song or even speed song and sit inside my Reinhardt. I gotta go deny the high ground. I gotta go look to boot this off. I have to go peel my
Yeah,
you
you tell 'em.
as a DPS and a support in controlling the map because there's fewer tanks to control it for you. And so you can't indirectly help. You have to directly help and control space. It's significantly more important for you to be able to control space.
When I said support squishier, I was referring to the fact that supports are going to have to actively engage in defending themselves more. I'm not talking about the kit in a 1v1 in an isolated principle. You're talking about like the way that supports have to actively engage in putting themselves at threat to avoid being at threat. This is beta, and it's true.
The other thing in Overwatch 2 is that, especially in like higher ranks and really 100% in the pro level, bunker, and by bunker I don't mean Orisa, Sigma, Bastion, I just mean any composition that's immobile, just trying to turtle on point, right? Like think like Symmetra May, Ryan Diva. Let's say Moira Lucio, Winston Diva, the 5-man dive, they just go to point and sit, and build Cole. Bunker is dead. Bunker is dead. One tank is not enough. It is not enough. You cannot simply just go to point as 5 and expect to live anymore. It will not work against any team. Now, am I being facetious for lower ranks, mid ranks, average rank experience? Maybe, yes. But at any higher rank, and even lower ranks, it's going to be weaker. You might not understand why it's weaker, but it's going to feel worse just standing behind Ryan Shield and trying to survive against a pharmacy. Not gonna work. Not gonna work. So you have to be way more proactive as a DPS and support and controlling flanks and angles. And obviously things like timing, we talked about this, planning, all this stuff. I told you guys this stuff is important. I told you that nothing would change. I told you this is not the fundamentals of Overwatch, it's the fundamentals of shooters and combat in general. And I was absolutely
I'm getting caught in my pants down here. I was like, I told you guys. See, I told you. And I go back to where I told you, and I'm saying I told you.
more right than I thought it would be.
Well,
bunkering, which was the ignoring
little
of
repetitive,
is
but
significantly weaker than it was before.
okay, we'll stop there. But okay, yeah, that's a little too self-aware for my comfort. I told you guys. That's my entire life. Is I told you guys. I told you guys. I told you. Spinal the flats, yeah, basically. I told you, slop. Yeah, what are we looking at? We have about an hour. We can look at what is this? No. Oh, we're gonna do I really want to look at the Maddie? I don't know if I want to look at the Maddie tier list. I'll just pull it up for a giggle. Just for a giggle, but we're not going to do a serious analysis of this. This is legitimately one of the clearest attempts at bait slop I've ever seen. I mean, I mean, what more needs to be said? So, yeah, right. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna say it a little bit, okay? Especially considering Maddie has basically already confirmed that this is basically bait. But this is why people don't take aim trainers seriously. Like, really. And this is nothing against necessarily Maddie specifically. I'm sure there's some nuance there. I'm sure he's a nice guy and probably provides a lot of help with people with aim. But this is why I had an engagement with Maddie, I want to say like over a year ago on r/competitive Overwatch. He just long write-up about how people undervalue aim training and so on. Which I don't remember exactly how I responded or exactly what was said, but basically my response was like, actually, I don't. I think aim training is really important. I actually value a lot of the tools that you're... But what I'm talking about is like that there tends to be a tendency to only focus on aim training, and then a lot of aim trainer folks that I know are like, they way overvalue some of the aim training principles, and they way overvalue the tools at the expense of just playing the game. It's just like it's an important facet, but like a lot of aim trainers kind of come across as like snake oil salesmen, where it's like it's all about the sleeves and the mouse pad and the sensitivity and the Kovacs code, where those are all tools that may or may not help you, but it just feels super gimmicky. And my point being to kind of like wrap this up is like people like Maddie, like bait or not, this is why people don't take aim trainers seriously. This is why they don't take them seriously. This kind of crap, it's a joke. Like, I mean, this is obviously literally a joke, but like you're literally like, you're literally proving the point here, you're literally proving the point. And in mechanics, by the way, are undervalued. You guys saw the full little baby seminar I did on aim and mechanics, but I get freaking people that like, they've been coached by these aim coaches and they're going to sit here and tell me like 20 minutes, 30 minutes of anti-mirror strafing. And I'm just like, bro, like it just gets so down the weeds. It just, No. It's not that those things don't matter. I think Capitology did a video, coincidentally, pretty good, talking about like how Lip will peak an angle, and the second that his presence is known, there's a pretty consistent pattern of like he'll peak an angle and his target immediately strafes, and so he'll often punish that timing by like timing his shot off of the peak. So he'll peak, they strafe, and that kind of creates a predictable movement pattern. There's like things like that are useful to know, that can be useful. You know, we talked endlessly about trigger discipline and Vaxta and crosshair placement and movement and time to kill. But these are like actionable things that you can go on and train that are all good for all characters to know. And then this is just kind of like this is just nonsense, you know. So nuance means considering both sides of an argument and being realistic, not saying things are flat out trash. You lack any nuance, so I'm done with this. Bye. What? Oh, somebody in YouTube chat talking to somebody else. Kingax, what did you do? what did you do, Kingax? No, we haven't done an SR peak check, but yeah. Like, Maddie's still, like, I think Champ 5 or GM1 or GM2. So, obviously, Maddie's good at the game. But, like, you know, this is maybe a little unfair to Maddie, but, like, okay, do you know who else was in this kind of, like, vicinity? Do you guys remember Metro? Metro legitimately had really good aim, at least on Soldier. Like, actually, like, really good aim. But I have never seen a Soldier player with worse positioning at his rank. Like, legitimately, and no flame. Like, his aim was unbelievable, but his positioning was unbelievably atrocious. To the point to where, like, I don't care how many warm-up codes or how much time he played, somebody needed to grab him by the shoulders and say, get off of main, bro. You would legitimately be so much better at this game. Zero understanding of angles whatsoever. And, like, that's a great example of, like, somebody that's just dumping hours and hours, and he's a streamer, and so he probably doesn't really care that much about his rank all that much. But, like, you were positioned so incredibly poorly. And, like, this is the kind of stuff that, like, this is what happens, right? Like, when everything is all about mechanics, you know, it becomes to a point to where it's like, what's the lowest hanging fruit to train? So I guess just, like, we'll move on from this, but train your mechanics. You need to be training your mechanics. I released a video today, or I coached somebody today on Spilo coaching on Reinhardt, and we talked obsessively about mechanics. But when we talked about mechanics for Ryan, it was about, like, how to approach matchups, how to approach the timing of your abilities, the placement of your abilities, and taking these duels. Something that is actionable and something that we could take into every game, essentially, in practice. You know, this is the same thing when I coach Tracer for the umpteenth time, right? Something you can replicate and do over and over and over again. But yeah, I'm warning you guys, do not get sucked into the rabbit hole of endlessly changing sensitivities, anti-mirror movement, constant strafing. It needs to be something that you can replicate and train. Kovacs stuff is fine. It's a tool. It's useful. But I know a lot of players, a lot of semi-pro players, especially like contenders and so on, that got sucked down the rabbit hole when, bro, you just need to VOD review and sleep. And I mean, it becomes a bit of a trap. So be careful. So, yeah. Right, you need to train a little bit of everything. You need to address weaknesses. I think the bait with aim training is that it can become a skill in of itself, even outside of the skill that you're actively training it for. You know, it becomes like a very distracting side avenue, more so than probably anything else. Nobody gets obsessed with positioning, and all they think about, they go to these positioning seminars and buy these position. Like, aim training has, like, it's like the most important skill in Overwatch, mechanics, right? But it has, like, the biggest potential for total irrelevant sidetracking. Right, exactly. You just end up aim training without actually playing the game. So, nice, dude. Congrats, Marty. Congrats, Marty. Well done on GM. Congratulations on one-tricking BAP. That's pretty impressive, actually. Not a super strong character, so well done. Open up positioning simulators to do 1 hour positioning regimes. Yeah. I also have, like, I guess you could say, like, a what would be, I don't even know, like, how do you have, like, positioning gear? Like, I don't know if you can have positioning gear. You have like the perfect FOV in your monitor, like a super wide FOV or something. I don't know. Maybe it could be like super high quality headphones. I don't know. BAP's not weak, but BAP is not super strong, though. How much aim training should you do? Well, it depends, right? It depends on where you are and depends on where your goals are. I think everybody benefits, even tank players would benefit from warming up 5-10 minutes before every session. I think if your character is aim reliant, I think you should be doing some form of deathmatch or Vaxstar warm up, or deliberately training, more importantly, mechanics and ranked with specific skills in mind. I think a lot of hit scan players especially would benefit from some Kovacs training, especially if you're new to PC. But there's, yeah. I go to team comp seminars and speed solve comps. Honestly, Koala, that's actually so real. I have an addiction. One of the funnest skills, I almost did a whole video on it just for fun, is looking at a composition, selecting one hero and being like, what would be the optimal hero to play in this situation? If you're like constructing like just a random ranked comp. Maybe we'll do that in a second just for giggles. That is kind of fun. It is kind of fun to be like, all right, optimal hero for this situation, ignoring like win rates and whatever. Just like what would make the most sense synergy wise, map control wise, anti-comp wise. I did not see about the audio latency, but yeah, I get that. It's kind of funny that you brought that up. So that would be kind of fun. Yes, Sarah Lee, yes. Design wise, not meta wise. No. I mean, like, sorry, like, as in, if you had to swap a hero, what would be the optimal? If you could play the hero optimally, all the heroes optimally, what would be the perfect swap on this map at this point in time versus the enemy comp with your comp? What would it be? Well, I'll demonstrate it in a second. You know, actually, frick you. I'm going to demonstrate it right now. It's fun. I'm going to do my aim training really quick. I'm going to do my comp swap training, macro meta training really quick. Sorry, guys. I'm going to get my sleeve on. You know what I'm saying? Going to take my gamer sups with 45% sucralose, 55% caffeine, and we're going to roll with it. And it's really fun to do with ranked codes because obviously it's just a complete coin flip what you get. I just don't recommend doing this outside of fun or game understanding because you obviously can't micromanage your teammates. And you also probably can't play all the characters, but it's just fun. Theory crafting with random team comps? Yeah, 100%. Yeah. All right, we'll pick a random game here, and we'll roll it. Either a Pug, a quick play game. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, Colosseo. Was this the Diva one? Yeah, this was the Diva one, I think. All right. Let's kind of pick it out. All right, chat. Give me a hero that you want to swap, and I'll tell you the optimal swap on either team. Who should swap? And then I'll give you the optimal hero. Hanzo. Okay, so Hanzo has to swap. So I'm looking at the situation right now. I think we need we need hit scan. But I wouldn't mind double dive DPS here. The only problem is that I would say optimally with Diva, Genji, Ana, Juno, you either need a perfect hit scan for the enemy comp, or a perfect DPS for the enemy comp, or you need double dive. So I would say perfect hit scan for this situation here is probably Sojourn, given the fact that they're on Hog, Speed Comp, Sojourn, Venture. I don't think Ashe, Hanzo, Widow, any of these are optimal, and I think Sojourn's good enough, strong enough on the map. Alternatively, if we're ignoring like the balance or how strong a character is right now, because I know Tracer's kind of strong, I do think Tracer would be really strong in this composition with double poke DPS or double poke support, because Genji and Tracer would be marking off angles. And because they're running like Venture, Sojourn with Juno, Lucio, there really isn't a lot of strong off-angle support. Like Lucio can +1 Venture, sure, but Tracer can take that 2v1 pretty comfortably without any problems. Freya would be okay. Yeah, Freya would be okay. I don't like Freya as much on this map, though. I don't think the verticality is certainly within this choke is good enough. So I would probably say in a vacuum, probably Tracer, Sojourn, ignoring pick rates or win rates. Probably. If we're swapping Hanzo. Well, the difference between Tracer and Venture is you're looking at it from a 1v1 perspective, but this map is significantly better for Tracer, given how broad the lanes are. And so it's really easy to avoid Venture or to fight Venture in space that's optimal for you. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if this was a different map, maybe a King of the Hill map, like let's say Lijiang Control Center, then I agree Tracer would not be the first swap that I'd go for. You'd probably make a Reaper swap or something along those lines, or even mirror Venture in that situation. Yeah, definitely the Hanzo swap. Okay, let's do a different map entirely. Let's go to Samoa. Let's go to Samoa.
Ready for battle.
All right, so we roll out. Who do you guys want to swap? I gotcha, Waloob. Yeah, I gotcha. Zen? Yeah, swap Zen. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so first things first, enemy comp is super greedy in terms of range. It's very, very slow. So very slow to close the gap. Oh, man. Chat, we may not need to swap Zen. We may not need to swap Zen. Map situational here, Zen isn't great here because you can be gap closed by Ram and so on. I would say Zenyatta is optimal on the next point. You might be right though. Lucio might be decent here. Let me think. I would say either full on stick with the poke control, like the range control, with the Kiriko plus wanting an off angle here because she can do it better. Like me and my Genji will work together really well. And then stays in. Just stays in. You could play Ana here, but I think she's just a bit... Ana would also be okay here, actually. Like, Ana, I would say either Ana or Zen here, and just stay for the range stuff. You've got a great matchup versus the enemy comp as Ana, and you maintain your silence, right? Alternatively, you can all in on gap closing here, in which case you would probably run Lucio in this situation. You could run Juno, but I like Lucio better on this point because you can double gap close with your both Genji, Rein, and so on. And if we're able to gap close with some of our characters onto their composition, they completely fall apart. So I would say if we have to swap the Zen, you go Ana or you go Lucio. Super, super, super lethal damage onto that backline if you're able to gap close. So map situationally, definitely Lucio. Compositional situationally, definitely Ana or Zen. Now, if we move this to the second point here, like where this point is open up a little bit, I do think Zen is the best hero for the situation. I do think Zenyatta. You've got a great favorable tank matchup. You're under no pressure in terms of gap closing whatsoever, and the map is exceptional for you. Zen is great here. Zen is great here. And it works great. Like they even go Sombra and Winston, and they're unable to gap close because the map is too broad. Now, obviously, this is like Diamond Masters players. These aren't like Wizards. But like they were unable to gap close significantly on this map. Yeah. Okay. Let's do a tank. Let's do a tank. Let's not do a pug. Let's do an actual random game here. Is Ash bad at this point? No, she's okay. Yeah, she's okay. Okay. Tank has to swap. Either me or the enemy tank. Which one do you guys want to swap? Queen or Malga swap? You did get me Koala. You did get me Koala. Queen has to swap? Okay, Queen has to swap. Oh, this one's obvious. Can you guys guess who she should swap to? This one's quite obvious. Think about the point. Think about the comp. Very obvious swap here. I think this is objectively true. Queen swaps to what? Not Sigma. No, not Sigma. Why not Sigma? Why not Sigma? Sigma is good here. Let me be very clear. I would put Sigma in the top 3 or 4, but not good enough. It's Diva. It's absolutely Diva. Diva is objectively the best tank to play in this situation. So, number one is there's enough verticality on this map to where Sigma is not going to be able to control space perfectly. The other thing is that you have a flyer. You have a flyer, which doesn't mean you can't play Sigma. It just means if the map is good for that flyer, and we've already established that it is, that you have a character that you cannot control. So you have space that you can... Sigma would be good here, but there would be several characters in several spaces that Sigma would not control. And I also like... Sigma could also get run over by Malga. It's not an unfavorable matchup for Sigma whatsoever, but it's a little bit more complicated. I think Diva's exceptional versus our composition. There's not a single high ground verticality. She can check every single lane here with zero problems whatsoever. And there are so many angles that Diva can control here. It's exceptional. And she also has the consistent range support from an Ana Mercy backline so that her mobility is not even a factor at all. Diva's freaking amazing here. It's a map. Now, if this was Circuit Royale, literally nothing changed, but this was Circuit Royale, Sigma, 100%. 100%. Even Havana, I would probably still, if this was Havana, Sigma, 100%. Yeah, so third point, we do get the third point, right? Let's actually see if we make any swaps, and then we'll talk about third point, because that's a great point. No pun intended. Okay, third point here. So we actually don't make any swaps. Probably Sig. Probably Sig. Yeah. Probably Sig. Oh, you ready for a super spicy take? You ready for a spicy one, guys? Zarya. Maybe Zarya. A little bit better in the tank trade, and the tank trade matters a little bit better. Ryan wouldn't be too shabby either. Yeah. But I you know, the things that normally give us issues, these deep flanks, these high grounds, they're just not relevant at third point. You could get away with Zarya just fine. I think Zarya would be quite good here. Zarya or Sig, probably. Ryan would be fine. I mean, Diva would still be fine here, but just not quite as good. No, Roadhog would be very challenging here. Roadhog would be very challenging because Roadhog would get abused by the front line and get abused by the CC and damage. Ram's good for the point, but Ram is not good in the matchup. You're joking. Oh, sorry. My bad. Sorry. Comedy. Yeah. Ram also struggles versus Ana as well. So Orisa would unironically be okay. Orisa would be better than Ram. Orisa would be better than Ram. But yeah, and she would be fine on the point. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's do a different one. Let's do a little bit of a different map here. A little bit less pokey-pokey, because we've had a lot of pokey-pokey. Who do we swap? As my Doomfist gets rocked. What do you guys want to see? Who do you guys want to swap? Find a place where Hog would be optimal. I mean, this is not a bad situation right here. The tank sucks, but Hog wouldn't be terrible here. Sigma? Let's see what gets 2 votes. Kiriko? Okay, 2 votes for Kiriko. We'll do Kiriko. Which Kiriko, though? Red or blue? Which Kiriko? We'll do Kiriko. Abdamuse. All right, we'll take a look. Red? Okay, we'll do red. Okay, red Kiriko. It's so easy, guys. I hate to say it, but it is pretty easy. Who should red Kiriko swap to? Yeah, it's pretty obvious. No, it's just Lucio. Good on the map. Good to have that short range off-angle control. Good matchups versus Mei, Doom. Obviously, you could be like, well, this is a pokey backline, but it doesn't matter in this map. You can gap close pretty easily. And also, it is nice to have speed for pretty much your DPS line and your tank line. Lucio's just best here. Lucio's best. Brig is a decent shout, but not near as good on the game mode. And if you're not as good on the game mode, these pokey characters give you a lot more problems as Brig. So Brig would be an interesting shout if they were on maybe Lucio themselves or Tracer instead of Hanzo. Then Brigitte would feel a little bit better, right? But Brig does better when people want to gap close on her, and she doesn't have to gap close on you. That's where she can struggle. But Lucio would be objectively, I think, the best swap here. Moira Lucio, Cass Genji, Sigma. It's not a good comp, but it's a significant improvement over what we're running. Yeah, Sig Lucio is not bad at all. Yeah, give Abdamuse. Give me that random rank code. Just for context, can you give me the rank? That would be kind of fun. It doesn't really matter. Kiriko is always a perfect hero. I mean, to be honest with you guys, Kiriko is the most flexible support in the game. There's not really a situation where Kiriko is a bad pick because her range signature is pretty flexible. Like she can play, close-ish. She can play far-ish. She definitely prefers far-ish. And she's pretty self-sufficient on her angles as well. So I will say Kiriko is almost never a bad swap from ignoring her strength and so on. Okay. What are your thoughts on no Tracer buff still? I mean, you could probably guess, Ben. It is what it is. Who do you guys want to see? Who do we swap? Thorfinn. Boy, that's a shout out. One of my old MMO buddies was named Thorfinn. Weaver, Cassidy. Okay, I'm gonna ban support. I'm banning support. We just did support. Let's do somebody else. DPS or tank? We've got to vote for Cass. We've got to vote for Orisa. Masters one. Okay. Soldier. Okay, a couple votes for Soldier. Okay, we'll look at Soldier. Okay, so Soldier. Let's look at the enemy comp here. Pokier dive, double flex backline, so more range, but a lot of support onto their flanking DPS. However, if those flanking DPS lose trades, then they're fricked. So first things first. Double poke. Almost never good in Flashpoint. No, that being said, Soldier is a good version of double poke, but we've already said that we're going to swap him. So if you wanted to stay double poke, double range DPS, you would go Sojourn. But I still think that's a significant downgrade over what we could do with the more skirmish DPS. So let's think down the list. Skirmish DPS that are decent in these matchups. Oh, I know who. I think I know who I would swap to. I'm going to ban Tracer from this discussion just for the sake of variety, because Tracer's almost always a safe bet, like for anti-dive purposes. Who would you guys play here? No, not Venture. I don't think Venture would be fine, but not the best versus this matchup. Tank, DPS, and support. Not Vendetta either. Same problems. Not great versus these matchups. Too broad. Torb is not a bad shout, but not great versus Echo, Ana, and Weaver. Too easy to poke him out. Too easy to break it. You guys ready for the spice? Reaper's okay. Again, not amazing. Reaper would be okay. He's not amazing on this particular point and on this particular map. And then again, Echo, double flex game. You ready for this one? You ready for the spiciest take ever? Symmetra's not a bad shout either. I think it might be Sombra. I think it's Sombra. I'm pretty sure it's Sombra here. I mean, you think about the ability to mark angles here. You have a trickier matchup versus Tracer, sure. But you should have Lucio support basically permanently. No, I don't think the Tracer rips you apart, not with support. See, this is the problem with playing double poke DPS on this map, or double poke support for red, is that you are not able to consistently support your Tracer as easily as a Lucio can support their flanker. So you could just go Tracer here, and that would be really good too. But Lucio plus Sombra is not going to lose to a Tracer even when she's pocketed. And so what's going to happen is that the only angle that could potentially be problematic for Sombra is the angle that Tracer's on. And then even then, it's not going to be much of an issue if you have any sort of support. And then you are going to completely snap that backline and Echo sideline angle in half. Like, Sombra's going to destroy even a pocketed Echo. She's going to have a very easy off angle. Like, the Sombra doesn't even need to go for backline here. Sombra can hold an angle and shoot and just dare the Tracer to come at her. Echo can't mark her. Tracer can't mark her in this angle. And then she could just off angle shoot the tank for 7 years. And then you talk about like old economy. EMP is murderous for all of these matchups. Kills everybody here. Kills Primal. Just stops Nanomonkey. It's everything. And then if you ever do get an uncontested angle, like let's say you get an uncontested angle or you win the 2v1, if you hit backline, it folds. I think it folds. I do think Sombra Tracer here is optimal. I'm blacklisting Tracer just for the sake of variety. I think Sombra's probably on this. It's a map thing too. You've even seen, even as bad as Sombra has been, Sombra's actually unironically occasionally played here at the pro level because this open wide lane stuff super good and it stays good. Now, if we start getting to here, then Sombra falls off and people's previous suggestions about like Reaper starts to feel a lot more attractive. A lot more attractive. Yeah. But I think for at least a handful of points here, Sombra's going to be about as close as you get to an optimal pick if you can play it. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else that contests there. Reaper, for sure. Sombra, Tracer. Sim, yes. Yes, Sim would be good. But Sim would be would take some time. My problem with Symmetra is that her matchups versus the Winston doesn't feel as good. It could be very easy for Ana, Winston, Echo to punish that. It's a little too much pokey for Sim to feel great. Soj would be fine, yeah. Torb would be fine, but again, we've already talked about too much pokey. There's just a lot of bad matchups here for Symmetra and a lot of bad matchups here for Torbjorn. The only really problematic matchup here for Sombra in theory is Tracer, where you're going to have support and where the map is a lot more friendly for you to avoid Tracer. And if we swap 2 DPS, I mean, I'd just go Sombra Tracer. I would just go Sombra Tracer. I mean, that would be that would be dirty. That would be dirty. So, no Tracer? Okay. Sombra Soj, maybe? Maybe Sombra Soj. Is Bat perfect here? No. No, Bap's gonna struggle here. Too much movement. Way too much movement. I would probably prefer Juno in this situation. I think I'd prefer Juno. Double speed here sounds kind of goofy, but yeah. But she's just better in the map mode, and she could just rotate, pre-rotate. And as long as her Sombra Lucy are doing their job, then she should be okay. Summer Freya could be good. Yeah, Summer Freya could be good. And again, I'm not talking about like the strength of the characters. Like there's a reason why we don't see Summer Freya. It's just because these individual characters haven't been strong enough. It would be a complete troll, but we're like thinking about in a vacuum from the hero designs. Just for fun. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. Tell you what, we'll do one more code or a couple more codes, but I'll let you. I'm gonna pee really fast, but I'll let you guys. Do you know? Okay, here's a fun little pivot. You guys ready for this one? I'm gonna not cheat and look at map win rate. I'm not gonna cheat and look at map win rate because that would be too objective and that spoils the fun. Who's the fraud? Name the person on Team Blue and Team Red, one for each, that is playing the worst hero they could. Who's the worst person on each team in terms of the hero's choice? And give me your opinion of who they should have played instead. Be right back. All right. I washed my hands. Don't say it. Moira fraud here for blue. Okay. Should be Juno. Soldier fraud for red should be Freya. Hanzo to Freya. Mugaman Sigma. Get off of Malga. Malga in red. Moira blue. I would say it has to be for blue here, either Moira or Soldier for sure. There's just not enough lane space for Soldier to use his mobility. And we already have two characters, really, that are just better on the point for providing range pressure. So we need something that can control. We need a skirmish DPS. Blue needs a skirmish DPS here. Now, what do you guys think would be the best skirmish DPS here for blue? What are you guys thinking? Given the verticality, ignore like balance and so. I don't agree with Echo. I think Echo would be bad here. Echo is too much of a hybrid. I think you need something that can exist with a lot more proximity. I think it has to be Genji or Vendetta. Yeah. Venture, Genji, Vendetta. I think in a vacuum, I would say Genji, probably. Probably Genji, Venture, Vendetta. Reaper is also not terrible. But I think Genji probably the best. Consistency, application to high ground. Genji's probably the best character here. I would unironically go Genji Hanzo here. Unironically. Now, we can also say, well, then, doesn't this open us to Pharah? In which case, should we swap our Hanzo to Ashe? Yeah. But just for immediately improving our composition to be Soldier to Genji. Immediately. Now, Moira, what do you guys think about Moira? The way I look, what would you swap Moira to? What would you guys swap Moira to? Kiriko? Yeah, Kiriko's always safe. Yeah. And if you are going to run double range support, it would be on this point for sure. You could go Zen. Yeah. I mean, again, it's double range, but it is a map where, you know, as opposed to a DPS has a lot more flexibility about gap closing, we don't necessarily need a skirmish support. I don't think Brigitte, if played well here, would be that bad. It would be challenging versus the Pharmacy, but that's scouting us ahead of time. That's cheating. Brigitte wouldn't be terrible here. Lucio also wouldn't be terrible here either. But if you want to go like map situational stuff, probably Kiriko or Zen. BAP as well. Yeah, BAP EDR. Maybe BAP. I don't know. Weaver wouldn't be trash either. I think support's kind of up in the air here. I think support's up in the air. If I was cheating and scouting ahead of time, I think I would prefer Kiriko, or BAP. I think Kiriko and BAP, and then you can get really greedy with both the supports basically just taking care of themselves. Zen and Amalga, yes, but a little bit, it's not quite as comfy as a true escort or hybrid map or like a circuit, you know what I'm saying? Ana would be good. No, that's true. That's actually true. Ana actually might be really good here. It depends on where we're fighting. I think the difference between Kiriko and BAP and Ana is that there's more flexibility with where we're fighting. It's the same reason why Zen would feel good here, would be Ana, would feel maybe even just as good or better. But the problem is that if any engagements that we take in this space here, BAP Kiriko is just going to feel a lot better about the repositioning. It's like the reason why Genji feels good here is kind of why BAP Kiriko would feel good too. I wouldn't describe BAP Kiriko as skirmish supports, but they're more skirmish than Ana or Zen are. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah. Okay, good. Team Red. What do you guys think who are the frauds in Team Red? What do you guys think? I think there's two clear frauds here. Two clear frauds. Well, okay. One less so than the other, but yes. Skirmish characters are just characters that function more in close range. Malga's, I would say, partly a fraud. And definitely Soldier. Yeah, Soldier. Again, the map doesn't provide these wide angles or flanks that justify Soldier. And Malga, you know, you want something pokey usually here. Now, the reason why I'll advocate for Malga a little bit, I think I actually demonstrate why Malga can work here, but it's just because this map is a meme, and I would definitely swap Malga in second. So let me demonstrate really quick here why Malga is not the worst on first point specifically, okay? Watch. This is why. That transition and just not taking really any damage on that staging and then be able to use this off angle safely is actually where I think Malga can definitely do something here. But I don't think that that's like it's only really for first point. Like Malga really falls off hard in second point. So I think Malga could actually be quite good here in first point, probably better than over half the tanks. I actually think Malga's one of the better tanks here. So we'll say that like maybe for first point, you would swap to a, what do you guys think? I think there's a couple of tanks that could function here, probably slightly better than Malga. Does that apply pressure though? Oh, absolutely, right? I mean, look what I can do right here. I think I actually messed this up, but I can angle the hazard. I can angle backline. I also have immediate staging ground from here to go top now safely. It's very valuable here. Yeah, I think Diva's definitely better. Monkey, no, not with the comp that we're running with Bat Pharmacy. Remember, we're looking at the comp too. Sig would be good here. Diva would be good here. Doom could function. Yeah, Doom would be okay. Yeah. Ball might be okay. It's not the best ball point ever, but it could work. Hazard's too slow, I think. I think Hazard's too slow. The reason why Diva gets the pass but Hazard doesn't is I think Diva has better transitions due to Matrix so that the open space isn't quite as bad. Hazard will suffer. Hazard's not terrible here, but Hazard's not great. Hazard would feel a lot better in second point because there's a lot more mess. It's why Malga feels worse. There's a lot more congestion, a lot more verticality. First is just a really poorly designed point, and so like you kind of have to have some extremes to make it work. So I prefer Diva, I prefer Sig. I actually would prefer Malga here, and this certainly with the matchup that we're playing into. But let's talk about the Soldier here. Let's talk about the Soldier really briefly because I agree with you guys. I think BAP can work here great. I think Pharmacy is actually fine here. What would you swap here? So first things first, do we need, what skirmish DPS would function well here? Or if we were to go double poke, what would you swap that double poke to? Does Hog work? No, not really. Like you basically have to hope the enemy team makes a mistake because it's really hard to take space. May could work. May could work. May can absolutely play the verticality and double poke. You could. Tracer skirmish. No, I don't like the wide angles as much for Tracer. Tracer would be better than Soldier, but I don't know if it's enough of an upgrade. I think Venture may be better just for the burrow staging because you can get all the way to backline and do some really silly stuff. I actually wouldn't mind Sombra for the exact same reason. Both are the same, right? If you can stage all the way to hard flank, it could be really silly. Reaper wouldn't be bad because you got the verticality. For poke, I actually don't like Sojourn as much here. Because I think there are other DPS that utilize that high ground that use that verticality better. Like for example, how is Soj going to break this choke here? And then how is Soj going to break this choke here? I think that it's easier in second. I think Ashe is fine, but if Ashe gets stuck here, you're fricked, right? Like you kind of rely on other people to create space for you. So Ashe is exceptional once we get here. Same thing with Sojourn, right? You ready for this one? I do like Genji. I really do. Once again, I like Genji, but definitely falls off. You ready for this one? Somebody said it earlier, and I actually kind of like the suggestion. Freya wouldn't be too bad here. Freya Pharmacy might actually be kind of rough. And you could absolutely even do some silly angle stuff with like Pharmacy or Freya Mercy, and then leave your other poke DPS holding here. I actually don't mind double flyer here, just given the verticality and given this point. Like Freya Pharmacy, like that is a rough spot for the defenders to deal with. And I don't think that a single Genji or a BAP or whatever, or Kiriko, whatever we said, would be enough to stop that from working. I think there's enough space for double poke to work. Now, let me be clear. You're probably going to need to swap here. You're going to need to go Genji, Venture, Reaper, Vendetta, something along those lines. But for first, I mean, this is freaking D-Day right here. You know what I'm saying? First point, misery. And the difference, but the reason why Freya, I think, functions a little better than Sojourn Ashe is because Freya can actually help you break this first choke without getting her hands dirty. Whereas Sojourn Ashe have a harder time. Disrupt shot's okay. You dynamite okay, it's okay. But I think Freya Pharmacy, with a Malga angle or Diva or whatever else, I think you can actually help break this first point choke. Now, is Freya going to be better than Genji at breaking this first point choke? No. Vendetta, no. Oh, they're going to be better. But Freya is good here, great here. Genji's great here, meh. Sojourn Ashe, not good here, great. I think just simple mathematics here. I think Freya consistently is going to be useful at all points on first point. Junk would be funny. Well, Junk would be really good at breaking here, but be completely worthless here on the attack. Very difficult to do anything there. And Mei would be okay too. Mei would be pretty good at breaking first because Mei can pretty much solo angle here without support or wall herself up. And then she's okay here. She's okay. And Sim would be okay too. Yeah. Sim has the similar benefits of like the Sombra or the Venture, where Sim can kind of stage whenever without really being contested because of teleport, the way teleport works. So, Junk for defense. Junk for defense falls off really hard if you lose that first choke. But Junk for defense, if you hold the first choke, is oppressive. Now, it is vulnerable to Pharmacy and Freya, yes, 100%. But if they don't make the swaps, then Junk is like probably the best DPS at this choke here. If they don't make the right swaps. Diva, Pharah, whatever. Freya's considered a flyer. I mean, hybrid. You know what I'm saying? She can use the verticality. I'm being very liberal with my definition here. So, what do you guys think? Who would win here? If we were on Freya Pharmacy and we stayed Malga, and they swapped, let's say, Soldier to Genji, and they kept the Moira, or they go Kiriko. I think we win. I think we break. I think we win first fight. I think if they had Diva and they had Ashe, maybe we have a problem instead of Hanzo. I think we win though. Torb on defense, not great versus the comp that we talked about earlier. Way too much damage to break that turret and shut him down. I think our team composition beats here if we make the right swaps. But then if they were on Diva Ashe, definitely harder. Yeah, so this is fun. You guys want to keep going, or do you want to pivot? I mean, I'm down to keep going. We could just keep going up with random different maps, random different scenarios. You guys can send your own codes. I don't care. This is fun to me, but you know, the only reason why I would say we should probably keep going is because we only have like 20 minutes anyway. But push map, yeah, we could. We could. What about Widow? Widow is another one of those problems where it's like really hard to break this choke sometimes. But if you can get Widow to here, she's pretty good. You guys want to look for something extreme? Okay. Oh, yeah. Send it in, Basilisk. Send it in. The way multi-chat works is I don't always see points redeemed if they don't make a sound. So maybe I need to have like a sound effect with watch highlight. Well, we can take a quick pause. We could look at Havana here. Look at Havana. I think this is the silver game.
Ready for
John Marston on Lifeweaver. That just feels so incredibly wrong. I really don't think John Marston would play Lifeweaver. I really, something feels wrong about that. That feels like a blasphemy or something. Rip Van Winkle. Okay, we'll take a quick look at this code. 242 to 314. And then we'll go back. Yeah, John Marston's right there too, right? Like exactly. Like you just pick Cassidy, man. Come on. Who are we looking at, Spicy Basilisk? Who are we looking at? Ryan? All right. All right, let's do it. Gamble. Oh no. That's okay. Good fire strike. Oh, the double cleave swing. And we've just started. Overwatch 1 Classic. Oh no. Wait, you could do this? I did not know this, chat. I did not know this. Professional video game coach, by the way. Who's getting pinned off the map? Millendor, thank you for the sub. We got 2. Wait. Average Orisa player brain. Totally worth. Nice, dude. Nice, dude. Back to Havana. To another silver game. Boom. Ended with 60%? Yeah. Captology, that's like Captology said. Okay, let's do this again. Do you guys... Yeah, let's do what we did last time. I kind of like what we did last time. Pick the fraud on blue, pick the fraud on red. Worst hero in this situation, what do you guys think? And the map. You got to think about map, too. You think Moira fraud on red? Has to be, right? Has to be Moira on red, right? You could say that Moira Kiriko, like if this was like Flashpoint or Koth, maybe you could make it work. Because you could do like some silly angle stuff, but man, is it hard to like flank on Moira on this map. Has to be Moira. Okay, what about blue? Soldier on blue? Yeah, I think you're right. All right, remind me, Sarah Lee. It has to be. I think it has to be Soldier again. Poor Soldier. Or Cass, but you know what, honestly, it could be Cass, guys. It really could. Because there is more space here for Soldier to work. And Soldier Cass have similar ranges. Don and Ho, we're trying to find this. We're playing a swap game. I should probably update stream title, but we're 50 minutes away from being done anyway. So wait, we do have Pugs today, right? Right? Yeah, we're good. Okay, so make sure I'm not crazy. So let's focus on the easy one, which I think is going to be the Moira. I think that playing for speed boost here. What do you guys think for red? I think it's a lost cause on Havana. Now you could argue that like you could bank Juno or Lucio work here, Sigma, you know. I just don't know. With May, maybe. I could see an argument for Lucio working here, maybe. But I just think it's very difficult versus what Team Blue is running on this map. So what do you guys think for red support? I think the easiest solution here is just to lean into your own weird hybrid poke and just be a little bit more flank heavy. Yeah, if you were going to do that, Matt, exactly, you would need like a Cassidy instead of Freya, something that can close the gap better, or a Symmetra that would be even better. I don't like Ana. Ana matchup here is not great. Zen's better. Sigma's going to shut you down. Wu Yang is not a bad choice. There are enough space for Wu Yang to make some angles work. It sounds boring, but Zen might just be an easy choice. Match Zen for Zen. Leave Orb on your Freya and just start beating on the shield. Wu Yang or Zen sound good. Definitely a situation where Wu Yang is going to feel better the wider the map gets. Zen will be objectively better now. Wu Yang might be objectively better in about 30, 45, 60 seconds. You get what I'm saying? So I'd say Wu Yang or Zen, probably. Probably Wu Yang, Zen. Probably more so than Mercy, just because I don't like the DPS space in this map. Certainly not with a Freya. If we were running like Ashe or Hanzo, maybe Mercy. But Freya's verticality, like Freya's just not going to be doing as much. Okay, so Moira goes Zen, Moira goes Wu Yang, and we just try to open up some lanes, try to outpoke these guys. Ryan anchors point, Ryan flanks, whatever. Why not BAP? Well, I don't know. Why not BAP? I don't know. I just don't value BAP that much unless the verticality is super important. And it kind of is, but I don't know. My brain just says no. Like, I don't know that BAP is ever the optimal hero. That's maybe the problem with BAP. Is BAP feels like every other character has a better niche. And I honestly don't know that BAP is that amazing on sniper maps because his fall off becomes a bit of a problem. I know it's weird to say that, but I think we have this image of BAP being super good in like these poke matchups because of Overwatch 1. But I just think that Zen, Wu Yang, like a lot of these characters just do more. And GM, the answer is Kiriko? Yeah, we saw how well that works earlier. So, EDRA, yeah, so EDRA on paper is fine here, but there aren't, she doesn't really help her tank that much. Her matchup versus the other DPS, like if there was like a dive threat here from blue, like a weird poke dive hybrid, EDRA might be really nice, but ignoring the fact that she's just objectively overtuned, we're trying to like not look at like win rates here when trying to decide this, too much so. Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this, either the Soldier or Cassidy here. The more I look at this, the more I feel like Cassidy's the fraud. Because we're on defense here. I didn't even notice that, which means that the angle options for Soldier are just better than on attack, because you always have the opportunity all the way up until right around probably third point. Who'd you guys swap to? I think there's a lot of options here. This might be the most flexible choice here. You could go Ashe. That would be a net upgrade. And if you were going to go double poke, this would be the map to do it on. I would say Sojourn's definitely a net upgrade, but I would say I'd put her behind Ashe because I don't think you're going to need the mobility much at all. I don't know. Freya just, again, doesn't really feel like the verticality provides as much. Widow's, obviously. Ashe, Widow. Even Hanzo would be really good here. Genji, also quite good on these maps with the spaces that he has. Mei is not a bad shout either. Oh man, frick. Mei might actually be freaking good here, guys. Maybe that's the challenge. Can we can we favor the character? Maybe that would be fun. It's like we'll pick the character that like basically is as good as the other ones, but is off meta. Venture wouldn't be too bad. I think the meta answer is Widow or Ashe. Probably Widow. Because you got Soldier taking the angles here. Zen can +1 Soldier a little bit. Weaver kind of holds the lane here, does damage. And then you could just have literally Widow by herself controlling so much space, basically uncontested. But Mei or Sim, given the fact that we have something that can kind of brawl skirmish hybrid without really being scared of anything that red team can throw at her, yeah, that's an interesting shout. This would be a good situation where every sniper angle is being taken care of. You're not at any risk of losing to like you don't really, like Mei doesn't have to move here as much, which is like, so the key thing is like, when is Mei a good skirmish DPS on the map? And the answer is when Mei doesn't have to move very much. And this is definitely one of those maps. Because alternatively, Venture, Vendetta, Tracer, Sombra, these characters with Genji, when they have to move, way, way, way better. But if Mei doesn't have to move as much, he's just obnoxious. Lifeweaver, blah. Lifeweaver's good on big open lanes. I'm just thinking of the sub. Somebody put proper on instead? Yes. And Lifeweaver can basically hard pocket Sigma and Mei, no problems with no risk himself, while also having a relevant ult and also having relevant damage. And then if you play Mei here, then you have two characters that can get technically isolated without cooldowns that you can just bail out. So Lifeweaver, if with that Mei pick actually, does gain value. It's a good question. And I don't think Lifeweaver is by far the optimal choice here. But I would probably prefer Lifeweaver Zen than Cast Soldier here. Straight up. Yeah, you could have your Mei here, or you could have your Mei here. And then your Sig Mei can kind of like control this lane here, and then Lifeweaver just babysits. You see what I'm saying? But the double hit scan is definitely like overkill here, because they're kind of controlling the same angle. Yeah, that one was fun. Sarah Lee, next code. We got time for one more. But yeah, Weaver's good for longer sightlines with damage with verticality, and good when you have a static tanker DPS so that they can hold angles. I mean, again, we're kind of assuming optimal communication and stuff. They can hold angles that they otherwise wouldn't be able to hold as much. Because like Sigma could just basically hold that corner with just very little. I mean, you wouldn't even need to wait till they get low, just when they get over focused and just wink. This is from your team, so you roll a random comp every map swap.
Ready for battle.
Is this literally like random, like properly random? Me when the... Wait, can we get a... Yeah. Okay. Yours is properly random. Okay. Let's pick on blue then first. Low hanging fruit here. Okay. What do you guys think of blue's comp? Who's the fraud? Who's the fraud? Yeah, I do think it's Wu Yang. I do think it's Wu Yang. I don't think their comp is bad though. I really do. I think it's fine. It's being kind of nitpicky here. And let me explain why. I don't think this point opens up enough longer sight lines, at least if we're like assuming optimal compositional swaps, which is kind of what we're doing, to justify double poke with on a wing. And then if you get to the back half of first point like this, I think it gets even worse. I think anything that gap closes with you, whether that's a Genji, Diva, whatever, becomes a big problem with Wana Wu Yang. Now, if we migrate that to here and even third point, I think it becomes a little bit better. I do think the answer is probably Brig. I do think the answer is probably Brig here, regardless of what the enemy team plays. And the reason why I rate Ana over Wing is just strictly due to the heroes that we're playing with. You know, Winston, it's easier to heal from range. Wing has a harder time healing from range. And I'm not reading the enemy red comp. I'm assuming literally anything, right? We're not cheating here necessarily. I just think Ana Brig just feels better, just as a dry opener without really knowing anything. Because you could do stuff like Brig can play here, +1 the Freya, and not be scared, right? And then, you know, Winston jumps or whatever, or Genji dives or ball, or, you know, they apply point pressure. Like, Brigitte can maintain this angle, and we don't have to see this, right? Like, now you could say, oh, this is just classic support player nonsense, and I'd agree. But also at the same time, to force a split feels less comfortable with Ana Wu Yang on this map, on this point. Second point, third point, different story. Different story. And then I think Freya Genji feels fine because you have characters, you have your skirmish, you have your poke, and you have enough verticality to justify both of their existences. And Winston's obviously fine here. So, yeah. Not a terrible comp from blue. It's okay. Lucio, Lucio's fine, but I always generally going to rate Brigitte more when she doesn't have to move around as much, which is usually when she has a position to set up on, or a position to kind of like, you know, set up on, right? I'm going to rate Brigitte a little bit more. Lucio more when we're moving. Lucio would do the exact same thing as, excuse me, as Brigitte, but I have a harder time doing it because he doesn't have the armor pack utility on range. Red. Okay, so this is the literally random composition. Who's the fraud here? Who's the fraud here? Oh man, I it's more easy to narrow, no pun intended, who's not the fraud here, which is definitely not Diva Genji. I think it's Wu Yang or Bastion. I don't know which one. If I was saying, I don't know. If I was saying versus the composition, like if Red goes out and scouts, I think staying Bastion into this is probably worse than staying Wu Yang into this, because I just don't think you have like any space or favorable matchups versus anyway where at least Wu Yang could kind of flank, and yeah, you might die, but there's a chance. But Bastion just feels terrible. The Winston's the only thing you could do. This is double poke support here. It has to be Bastion. Now, like, let's say they made the Brig swap here. Maybe that's where the Bastion feels a bit better, and then Wu Yang feels a bit worse. I don't know, man. Okay, so let's cheat. Let's do both. Who would you guys swap Bastion to, and who would you swap Wu Yang to? Echo? Sure. It's not bad. Bastion to Freya. Genji, Freya, Mirror. Not terrible. Yeah. Yeah. You could play Cass here. Basically, your rotations are super predictable. Like, you would just basically go to here, but for that to work, you would definitely need a support swap, I think. I don't think Cassie would work here unless you also swapped Wu Yang. Like, you would need, like, Lucio Cass or Brigitte Cass for this to work. But if you did get Cass here, Cass would be good. And then Cass is also very good here as well. Sojourn, yeah. I'm thinking maybe, hear me out, if this is what we're looking at here, oh man, this is going to be spicy. Lucio Cass? Maybe? Now that's a very much a first point gimmick. I'm going to be very clear. Or Torb, maybe? Oh, not as much versus the Frey. Alternatively, Brig Freya. So Genji Freya, Ana Brig Diva. Why not cast Brig? Speed to get to this position, and then holding this position, I prefer Lucio over Brigitte. Remember, Brigitte is worse than Lucio at holding spots, but Brigitte can impact different directions. Now, alternatively, over Freya, you could go... Oh, man. You guys are ready for me cooking with gas? This is Ana Brig, Winston, Genji, Freya. First point, you could play Pharmacy. You could. That would be a first point solution here. You could play Pharmacy. You could. I would definitely swap on second point, unquestionably. You could play Pharmacy. Guarantee clear this lane. Very difficult for Genji Winston to do anything to you. Very difficult for Brigitte to do anything into you. No hard hit scan option. No Diva. It could work. It would be very risky, though. It would be very risky. Very risky. And it really could die off on later on. So... yeah. Spicy. Yeah, Widow would absolutely dominate here. Well, okay, that's not true. Widow would be fine here, but prior to the map rework. I think Widow's a lot worse in this map than she used to be because they changed a lot of the rooftops and crap, so. And really, if you want to be like super boring here, you could go Tracer, would be fine, just force point, so then your Genji Diva, literally everybody could go height. Just allow, basically what you do is you have, because you're running Tracer, Diva, Genji, you can have two of your dive characters control high ground and only one of them has to deal with point, which is really nice. And then either Brigitte or Lucio would be fine for first. And then I think second point, you definitely have to open up your hit scan options. You definitely have to get some range DPS or something along those lines. So, yeah, we got to go with Sarah Lee, though. I don't want to be late for Pugs. So... I know that sounds like absolutely absurd, but that was good, though. That was fun. Anyway, that was that. I'm going to update stream title really fast here. You love us, don't lie. Who are you? Pugs time. Spyloaf does poorly in 4K. Exclamation mark Pugs. YouTube members, I believe tier 2, and then tier 2 or tier 3 Patreon subscribers. Yeah. Yes. We're gonna get this rolling here in a second. Presets. We'll do a player deathmatch, and then we'll open up the... And yeah, the way I do this is I'll usually stream like... I usually stream like a couple of these, and then I call it because I don't want to be a bad streamer and ignore Twitch chat and YouTube chat. And I'll probably let you guys choose or vote for the characters that I play for the first couple of games because that's always fun. I might veto, but yeah, my chat interaction will waver for the next little bit of stream. Just a heads up. I'm on the Patreon. How do I know which one I selected? Look at the benefits. In the description, it should tell you. Pugs. You're looking for Pugs. I believe it's best friend tier. I don't remember, but it will tell you the rewards, and then you can go from there. He doesn't want to play Ball, Tracer, Widow. Basically, I'm not against Ball, and I'm also I actually think I'd rather play Widow than Tracer. No joke. If the map's good for it, I will. I have played Widow in Pugs. I have no confidence in my Tracer play whatsoever. Too many variables I have to think about. Hope you're wearing the sweater for a reason other than it's cold. No, sadly I'm not. Somebody asked that already, but sadly I'm sorry, Richard. It was like the only clean sweatshirt I had. You're so confused? Why? About what? Of what is the source of your confusion? Waiting for tracer buffs? I'm gonna start inviting folks in here. I hope I don't ninja anybody. Actually, this will probably be better if I do this instead, so I'm not like inviting people who are in the middle of a game. Check they're in quick play. Oh, Ice is already in a game. Okay, never mind. They got their own game. I feel bad. I invited them and then left. Well, where do I look for Pugs? Okay, so if you've done the Patreon thing, you do have to sync your Discord with your Patreon account. There's like a YouTube video how to do it. It's like takes you like 30 seconds. And then you should have access to like the best friends chat channel. Like there's like in my Discord. This is done through my Discord. So. Hey, Jackson. Subs says absolutely nothing. Interesting. No smarmy remark, no demeaning comments, no harassment to either my physical appearance or mental capabilities. Hey, did you join the voice chat? Then you're good to go. Oh yeah, I see you. You grits? Yeah, you're good. Drop your battle tag in the best friends chat channel or the Spylo enemies chat channel. No, I'm sorry. So you see Iced T, Dr. Pugs in the voice channel. Go to his profile and send a friend request to Iced T. He has his battle tag in there. Send a friend request to that person, to him, and then you can like whisper him and be like, "Hey, I just joined Pugs. My name is Grits," and then he'll get you in there. Pick up games, yeah. I'm gonna undeafen in a second, but yeah. Oh, okay. Looks like I'm playing support. What do you guys want to see? Any votes? I'm pretty flexible with support. I will avoid playing Mercy, especially if I think this is balanced where I kind of need to do pretty well. This is a pretty good team we're playing versus, but I'm pretty flexible with support. Brigitte Juno. Could I play Juno, please? That's 2 votes for Juno, so I guess the answer is Juno. I'll do Juno or Brig. Yeah, we'll do Juno or Brig. All right, loves and kisses.
Me when I run a game.
Implies that you were great at some
Rosh, you
point.
better watch what you're talking to me right now.
Make Nodlin great again.
Yeah, Nodlin's dad works for Overwatch, so if you talk trash,
That's actually
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
When they send their Winstons, they're not sending their best. They're sending early bubblers. They're sending British criminals.
you could have just stopped at British, to be honest.
Yeah, it's true.
Did A Jackson kill himself? What happened?
Wait,
No,
hold on. A
Jackson's
Jackson's coming back.
Jackson's power cannot be
mean
stopped.
wait, who's A Jackson? I only know the superhero.
I was not a Winston. When they
No,
came
there's 2
for
of
their
them.
hazards, I said nothing because I was not a hazard. When they came for Doom,
I don't know. You kind
there
of
was
strike.
no one left to come for me.
You're a bit
Hey,
of a
Jackson, guys,
hazard.
again?
Come for you?
Hey, Jackson, I'm giving you one more chance.
Wait, what? Sorry, I had the stream audio on and I like couldn't like hear anything.
Well, you died again, so I'm giving you one more chance.
A Jackson is
return to life.
Sensei Wu. Sensei Wu will be playing in place of A Jackson.
Are you kidding me? My respect for you really could not possibly drop any further.
Yeah. I mean, you could have at least had an account name Sensei Yu or something. I don't know.
Yeah, next time tell me that.
Dude,
already.
I could have done
Otherwise,
that.
Okay. In that case, Team 2, Nodlin, JDH, Ryu, GKBYJG, Sensei Wu. Good luck.
Wait, frick. Chat, I'm on damage. We pivot, alert, audible. What do you guys want to see? I'm not on support. I'm not in support. Frick, what do you guys want to see? Venture, May, Widow, Genji, Sombra. Genji, 2 votes for Genji, 2 votes for Venture, 2 votes for Sombra. Frick, man. Okay, so May's off the table because Monos. Frick, man. Do we another vote for Sombra? All right, you guys want to see Sombra? We'll freaking play Sombra. Guys, listen. Any war crimes that happen here, not my fault.
All right.
I specifically was like, who do you guys want to play? Sombra, Genji, Venture. It could have been worse though. Could have been Tracer.
I mean, you didn't even get a Vendetta vote?
Nope. No Vendetta votes. Everyone's tired of Vendetta.
Can I see some hands?
Are you kidding me?
Hell yeah.
No, I'm dead serious.
Legitimately, okay, I will play Hanzo today on a map that's not this. Because I will either put on a master class.
Let's go like
I will,
Royale or something.
No, I will put on a master class, or I will legitimately hit like a 1 headshot for 2 or 3. I'm not joking.
That's brilliant. That sounds
Hansel
amazing.
is so volatile for me. So volatile.
That's like better than I would do, honestly.
Enemy spotted.
I'm freaking dead. There's a ball tracer on the angle. My bad. My bad. I heard the tracer just did not
looking
respond.
like the 1 for 10 minutes. But...
No. I hit lots of headshots with Samurai. I hack and it makes a dinky dink sound even when I shoot them in the butt. So it technically counts. I'm on the way back. But there's this tracer on height. She's virused. She's no longer virused.
There's an Aliari on the right, all by our lonesome.
Got the mini. Frick you. These guys are fans. Pylon broken. All virus.
The tracer going around
Are
there.
you kidding me? I died mid-translocator. Bad. EDRE behind.
I'm not done just yet.
Good point push. I'm getting fan behaviored on the angle. I just need to live longer. It's my bad. I'm not gonna push this. I'm try to catch. I have master. They're gonna push you. Be ready.
I'm gonna
get so many headshots.
Swap Sombra after seeing it fall.
Help!
Oh, that's nice.
I'm getting fan behaviored again.
These people pay you money, Spylo. Of course they're your fans.
They have my attention now.
This is not a good start.
I was in one.
Their EDR is like hard flanking right now. Yeah, y'all gonna have to like mark angles and stuff because we're getting hard surrounded. I've got EDR in the flank. I have Tracer in the flank. I have Ball in the flank. We just need to chill.
Damn.
I'm out of the loop. Did Yari get buffed? Or
yeah, she did.
Ah.
Thank you. I don't give a frick. I win fights.
That helps. Robots ours. Let's go.
Did you use Pulse or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's still back here somewhere. I can go fishing. Give me a sec.
He's out. I mean, there's no way he stayed.
Yeah.
He's like all of his
we need to walk
all the way
forward. We need to walk forward. We need to walk forward.
Yeah.
Or at least he's freaking dead.
I'm just.
frick.
Whee!
Ball is slow. He balls off for a little bit.
This ends now.
Yeah, we just got split early.
Yeah.
Our ult
Ults
economy
again.
also kind of sucks. 'Cause it's really hard to connect with our ults, so we just have to kind of take what we can get.
I'm grabbing Ryu the second I get him.
Alright.
System compromised.
Tracer right. Oh frick. Freaking map rework got me. Wait, they just let me. Oh wait, you just saved my life. Bless you. I thought for sure I was dead. That's incredible. I actually thought for sure. I cannot believe I lived that. That's actually insane.
Get that Zim.
Forget him.
Get him.
Sick him.
Oh, you bully me.
Wait, Tracer, no, I can't chase that.
Alright, fuck it. Come here, ball. Come here. Come here.
Okay, we have so ult and
Oh gosh!
I'm not done just yet. ¿Qué onda?
I'm just gonna die in point. And still get somebody. Let's go.
Nice, dude. Maybe hold this lane here. Are you freaking kidding me? Body blocks it! Freaking body blocked a virus.
Apagando las luces.
I missed the virus. I suck the game.
Much better. Got an enemy here.
What's happening over there?
A lot of really bad things.
yeah, alright.
Eliari's one.
There's gotta be like some kind of.
They've got us outnumbered. Hackeo listo.
Get fricked. Holy crap.
No. Tengo que irme. Aguas. Enemy here.
That's in.
Hack complete. Let's go.
I know they're still on here.
¿Sientes mal? Let me balance you out. You're mine now. Enemy here. Ay, te asusté.
Oh my gosh, they're all on the
one.
left angle or right angle freaking sitting. Why are there 4 of them there? Dude, and we still die there. Okay, listen, this is getting ridiculous.
Now they call me Three-Finger Joe.
System compromised. This ends now.
I tell you what.
Enemy spotted.
I'm surviving this.
Now. They stole the robot from us. Catch you later.
Are they still all over here with you?
Yeah, they're still here. They're still here.
Alright. Oh, fuck. I got booped, of course. Rip my ult.
Sticky touch. Oh, never
No,
mind.
we got it. 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 Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Team freaking work. Tell you what. They don't teach you that, you know? Somebody's virus there. I think it's Soj. Oh, this freaking pylon's still there.
Tengo que irme. Much better.
Hacked mini behind you, Masher.
There's
Got it.
Baldo key.
Here it goes again. Every single time! They're all there. There's literally 4 of them there. Please tell me. Zen should die. Zen should die.
Let me try that again.
Taking easy teleport. I can't.
Did I scare you?
Okay, I'm almost back. I'm almost back. I'm almost back.
Oh, whoa, whoa, you do. Oh shit.
All's pretty low still.
Oh my god, thank you for.
I broke pylon.
Oh my god.
Oh, you freaking.
Am I alive?
Dude, I literally didn't hear her because I'm too busy
Where is she?
yapping.
What the fuck? Eliari's one. She's like actually 1-1 up top.
Trying to keep me out?
Chicken, are you gonna use your ult?
No.
Like so much help.
We have to take back the robots. Hack complete.
Who did we kill? Who did we kill? Who did we kill? Who did we kill?
It was GKB, the Zen.
Dude, you don't need an ult angle, chicken. Press the button.
30 seconds remaining.
What do you mean he hasn't been an ult angle? This guy's freaking. I tell you what.
Later. Enemy turret here. And
I hate everything about this video game. I did. Wait, what? Ah! They're literally all on spawn again. I will be back there soon. We need to use our ults, even just for zoning.
I have to use both my ults to survive.
Nice. I'll be back in about 8 seconds with EMP.
this ends now.
I'm legit.
A huge ship.
That one.
Oh, body blocked me.
Frick, man. Shoot. My bad. I got main character the whole game. It was just too slow to react. They put so many resources on the flank.
Yeah. I think honestly, at that point, it might have just been worth it just to ignore the flank, but I don't know.
No, I have to flank. I just have to die. I just have to die slow, and we have to actually press Q. All we have to do is push the objective further. That's basically it. Just use our ults.
I mean, I was on the objective the whole time.
Yeah, no. I know.
This is a very weird game.
I freaking hate you guys. I despise you guys as human beings. I hope you guys understand that.
What did we do?
The win condition was for you to have 2 people chasing you the entire game.
Yeah, I just needed to live longer. The problem is I kept living, like almost living and then not, like almost living and not every single time.
And then they would realize they could actually lose and they would leave and actually go play the game.
Yeah.
But baby, you're playing Sombra and you're the guy complaining?
Yes, dude, it's freaking misery. Freaking EDRA breakpoints with 2 taps and ball tracer fan behavioring and a support that doesn't press Q. Chicken, I know there's not a good angle for ult. Holy crap! I feel like I'm on platinum all over again. Consider the example of Coach Spilo on the angle. He believes he can repeatedly apply.
Like I was in my average rank games, just getting tortured.
And I have shake hands with danger.
Or you on main.
Dude, shake hands with danger shrieking in my ear every 3 seconds.
Oh, is that a thing?
I hit like
soundboard on stream now, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a very
voice. What? Oh my goodness!
I literally died because I was yelling and I couldn't hear the I literally died. Who was on the Sojourn? JDH. I literally died you because they didn't hear you. I was too busy trying to explain myself, and I died. I literally died.
That's what they all say, yeah. I mean, that's what they.
It's unbelievable.
Should just kill the Soj, mate. Like, come on.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Okay, so I am, for the first time in a while, opening up the second lobby.
Let's go.
And, yeah, I mean, we already have 20, I already couldn't put people in the spectators in...
Dude, I can't, I'm being rage baited. Okay, you know what, frick this freaking game. I'm VOD reviewing this, I'm gonna see this here. You want to freaking, okay. All right, look. Okay. You want to see what the freaking... Okay. This is our problem, ladies and gentlemen. This is our problem here. Do you see the problem? I'm too early. That's correct. Okay, that's okay. We have time next fight, surely, right? Rhea tries to be a little bit of a ganker. I don't get the hack on Mini. I probably should have expected, but I do hit the virus, so that means that he loses the Mini. He drops. I try to time it for when he's dropped, but I do it too soon, so he recalls back to height, but I steal Mini. Okay, all things are good. Everything is good. All right, this is fine. It's fine. I need to go push out that right lane. I break pylon. Now I can push out right lane. Wait, what is that you say? Where is my support? Great question. I don't know. It comes in after I'm already freaking dead. Who should have been here? Literally anybody. Why? Because they're putting 2 resources on my lane every fight! So I go back and I do it again. That was my bad. That was the one I died like translocator. So that was my bad. Mostly. 3v2. Look what happens when I get support. We're finally cooking. And for some freaking reason, my support decided to leave me alone. Chicken, why? What are we doing instead? And so now I die. Great. I mean, look what I'm dying to. Look what I'm dying to. What else could we be doing right now? Because there's a ball. The ball's on me! The ball was literally only a problem when I was in spawn. You're buying insurance, car insurance, when you're driving my car. You don't need it. Use mine. Frick. All right. Can you guess where the enemy team's attention is? Look at that. Mine's not a problem. Why? Because it's freaking ball by himself. Because I'm actually getting help on the angle. And you want to know what happens this fight? Do you want to guess? Do you want to guess the overall result here? Okay, Kata's inting his brains out. That's not my fault. What actually happens to Kata's HP? Oh, we walk it. We just get isolated. Okay, okay. But you know what? You know what? All's well. Freaking nuked. Freaking nuked. We didn't even need beat there. I'll take it. I don't mind it. Unbelievable. My Zarya can't shoot anybody. Let Zarya be on an island and force point, or Mei. We don't need support here. All right, what do we got here? I don't even remember what happens this fight. Yeah, look at that. Chicken lives. All right. Chicken, what are you doing? I don't want to hear a word. I don't want to hear a single word.
This ends now.
Ping, but why are you here? Just keep moving. Keep moving. Move to the teleport away. Teleport to your Mei or to me. Like we're still 4-man clumped to Rhea. Rhea is literally getting away with murder here. Murder. And I'm freaking tanking here versus a Sojourn ult, a ball, and a Zen. Yes! No, teleport to your Mei or to your Sombra. Why is a 1 flanker holding 4 people's attention? The difference is that Rhea lives and I don't. That's the gap. 4v1. But this shouldn't be happening. I wonder what's gonna happen here. Do you guys have any guesses? Wow, wait, what? A 2v1? Who would have thought? Incredible. Who would have thought? Actually getting peeled more by my Mei than I am by anybody else on my team. Watch this no reg. Yeah, honestly, Rhea, I actually like was so disoriented. I don't know what happened there. Like I actually thought I was just dead. I don't think it did no reg. Did it? You hit 2 melees on me, so that's 80 damage. Did that not hit? I don't know. Yeah, you might be right. Might have made him no rag. It's a good grab. Killing me, bro. Killing me. I don't remember this one. I mean, I'm literally losing my mind right now. Do you see what's happening right now? My team is 4v1ing a ball on the objective instead of actually putting, literally you could, any help here, any help. Look at this. Look at this. I get a little help, Rhea's gone, instantly fine. And shockingly, my team isn't dead. How is that possible, guys? I win the angle, we bomb, or blizzard, we break pylon, we kill ball, I mark this, more resources. Now this one is my fault. This was a good play from, this is also break points with EDRE really screwing me over. But like this was fine. Wait, what happens here? That's just my fault. This is where I get the hack on Tracer and then ball body blocks virus. Freaking cringe. We're fine. I mess up my EMP here. I hit the EMP, but I missed the virus. I didn't realize I actually hacked Tracer there. But yeah, we're winning the trade here. Rhea's out. Ball's ain't able to do anything. I get mega. I get main charactered again. Yeah, whatever. All right, I gotta go. What lobby am I supposed to be in? I'm marked by ball either in Tracer every fight. Yes, that's how it works. Hang on.
Even though I also don't like it that much.
So I was too busy complaining. What lobby am I supposed to be in?
You're here. You're fine. You stay here.
I will stay
I've
here.
done everything without you. Don't worry about it. Okay.
You can move me on tank, by the way, if you need to balance anything later.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
I mean, we were one fight away. If I had made one fewer mistake, even on that like last fight where I got traded to the Soj, I would have been there faster with EMP, and we almost legit one fight away from winning that. Because they had a really hard time pushing the point, obviously, with like ball tracers in. So even the first fight, which we lost eventually, we got like 30 meters cart progress. So we had like really strong main point presence, but like we just needed a little more resources on the side, and I needed to stop dying in 2v1s where I could have lived, you know?
You're shooting at the floor.
Got it.
Who do I get the bench?
Yeah, I'm currently also cheating.
Thank God.
He's gonna get snapped.
Die.
Wait, who is it?
Who can die? In which case you can die? Okay.
Yeah.
It's over, guys. He's on my team. Oh.
Shut the frick up.
Okay.
I will say...
reminder to everyone to turn IDSO down.
Oh my God.
I'm doing this for you.
All right, chat. Tank. What do you guys want to see? I will veto. You know what? Frick you guys. I will veto. Nothing. Doomfist. Okay, no. I'm gonna veto Winston. No, I can make it work. Sigmir and Circuit. We could. That's so freaking boring. No, I will veto Hog. No, I won't veto Hog. Frick you. Doom wins in Sigma. Sigmir. Sig. You guys want to see Sig? Really? NPCs. Tell you what. All right, fine. You'll lose to Sigmir. We can do it. All right. Well.
Without Circuit Royale.
What's with Air doing his
for no
class,
particular
but
reason.
I'm confused.
And if you swap,
What an absolute child. Absolute child.
Me when I'm a child?
Yeah.
I get it. I hate
I'm
that
saving
match
this
too.
lobby for my Symmetra, and that's all
I
I'm saying.
Can we have Clash for you then?
Yeah.
You're not ready for your...
Wait. I'm on support. Okay. Pivot. I'm on support. What are we doing? Zen? Oh, you guys are so... No, not Mercy. I will veto Mercy. I think that's all I will veto, though. I don't want to do a Mercy game, bro. It's so freaking boring. Oh, I will also veto... Well, no, maybe not Weaver. Doomfist? Bap, Zen, Brigitte, Lucio, Ana, Idiari. But actually a Brig game? All right, we'll do it.
Best quality, please. Thank you very much.
I will because I'm on DPS.
All right.
I will.
Incredible. We're in the game then. Nice.
I'll do it.
So silver, eh?
Silver.
I think Gregor's playing Ryan.
Maybe.
There's so many options.
Oh, there we go. Who do I go here?
I mean, you can do literally anything here, basically, because
Oh,
Sigma
you
and
choose
so
me.
good. It's Sigma, and so you can run basically whatever.
Alright. Let's go for this.
Yeah. I'd rather die than play Brog on Circuit. Thank you, Twitch chat.
Honestly, retruth.
Good to know.
I freaking hate playing Brog on Circuit. It's my least favorite. Really near the bottom there.
Well.
Is it what? Nah, it's not worth. I'm not doing it. Screw these guys.
Violence is such a waste of resources, but I've left us no choice.
Wait, oh man, I wonder if you can like do the. No.
I can get you up there if you want.
Yeah, that actually would have been
TP you.
nice. Oh, true.
Do you want to be all the way over there, like to the other side?
Okay, that's hilarious. Let's do that.
Where's my big plane, guys? What is this?
Okay, listen. You're gonna have to bail me out. I'm gonna scream like I'm gonna squeal like a pig. There's Sigma's coming for us. Ryan's coming for us. Get me the frick out of here! Get the frick!
We're committing.
Commit. We got the Rhine. I think.
Oh, we gotta get out. We lost 2. They got spawned.
Yeah, you gotta go.
Me when I'm a coward.
Yes.
I've been.
Enemy vector calculated.
Rick.
Thank you for the TP.
They're hard committed. We gotta go like full. We gotta. We went too slow.
They just have melee heroes, man.
Well, you should have backed up!
Oh my god!
I'm a coward. Freaking dead card.
Oh no! The lamp was 1 inch away from me, man. Oh, that sucks.
That's more my fault.
We gotta fall back. We gotta back even further.
Yes.
Tell you what.
All right, guys. I've been playing Respawn Simulator. Let's go.
Screw this ride.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
frick. I got overheaded. My bad. No, it's okay. It's okay. Why are you on Doomfist?
Save melee heroes, and I don't want to deal with it on Sig.
They don't have speed or anything.
I can always go Juno for you.
No,
just gotta say please.
This guy.
This guy.
Wow, C9 is crazy. Can't believe this.
Ah, fuck.
Oh, I thought I'd whip. I actually blocked it though.
It just kill me. Oh wow.
Oh dear, my team.
I've always found out how it's always.
We do have an
the
easy
problem
recontest here in theory.
That team is the issue.
Because they're not really pushing turn.
Run up that.
I'll substab.
Kill the fat guy.
Nice.
Thank you.
Successful.
My ultimate is ready. Come on.
I heard Matt yell about the turrets. Ah!
Oh no!
Did not hit this alive once.
That actually jump scared me. Holy shit.
Oh, I just barely missed a punch that would have killed 7.
And we rallied him. Incredible.
Nah, you guys got pre-fighted and we had the angle control. Screw me for trying to win a fight. This fight is actually still winnable too, despite y'all's best efforts. It is. It actually is. If our Doom can get out or get an additional trade, we're almost back. We're almost 5 here. We're almost 4. Could use a little help on point.
Oh, come on!
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
That stream stuff. What kind of?
I tell you what.
What is he doing to me?
I think we should blame our break here, guys. Yeah, I think the break's problem, right?
Oh my god, please don't! I'm making him sleep on the couch tonight. That is the 3rd time he's pinned me.
Incredible.
I almost wanted to scream downstairs, but I remembered we have neighbors.
I'm rotating to you, Nodlin. I'm rotating to you, Nodlin.
Scream
I'm with you on the Hanzo. We have a bad support split. We have a bad support split right now.
Oh my bad.
Well, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine.
This guy's got shatter.
Bringing you again.
Okay.
I believe that hit me up here.
Oh, okay.
I got one.
Got your one right. That's
we hold height to the last possible second. We hold height to the last possible second. Our Doomfist can touch. Don't worry about touch. Just play to live.
That's a crazy.
Okay, maybe our Doomfist can't touch. I got a counter bash.
Oh well. I'm dead. This is not ideal.
Frick.
Oh.
Bro, the brig is getting trades. The brig is deadlifting right now. The brig is the only person doing jack all. We got the trade there.
Score 0-3.
Frick.
Wow, this VC's actually like comatose. Oh my goodness. Nobody's saying anything.
The what?
This VC.
Are you? I mean, I
on a whopping like 50 words max in that entire round. Like, come on, let's get some conversation, please.
This guy, I tell you what. Welcome to Monte Carlo.
Breaking me down just builds me up. Are you going to the gym when we get back? No way. Today's my cheat day. I'm gonna eat a whole apple pie and sleep. Cheat day? Is that allowed? Of course. My workout, my rules.
That's definitely a conversation of all time.
Stay close to me and I'll keep you safe.
I'm here.
I'm gonna eat an apple pie and sleep while I'm fighting to the death on Monte Carlo.
Most realest thing ever, you know. Why'd you get snapped out of spawn? That'd be something.
Something silly, I guarantee you. Check your corners. Yeah, there's something over here.
Yeah, there's a razor right here.
How? Somebody explain that to me!
Help me! Help me! Help me!
Dude, I literally...
Sarah Lee's in the room, or Anna's behind.
Brick shield just doesn't work. Like, it's completely cosmetic. I literally block sleep dart, and it's no. Go back. I'm gonna clip it. I swear.
Sleep dart. No.
I did.
No, okay.
I did. I don't even think you can blame King on that one.
Can we? Oh, I want to see the replay. Let's see the classic.
We kind of need to be patient here because our backline is way far back now. We didn't like make any cart progress. We do have height though. Chill. That's true. Just chill. Even now, just chill. Okay, now we take space.
Oh, I hit the fucking. I hate this payload. Nothing got that payload makes sense.
Turret again.
Slept Bastion. Get in. Thank you.
Frick.
He's in half.
I think the Zen wants this, guys.
She doesn't have sleep.
I got you.
I couldn't actually hear the Zen charging up a shot from over there. Damn.
Big nades.
I can't push that. I don't think we can push that.
Sleep. Give me my breakers if I can.
Nice. I have rally.
No close.
I'm just shielding while we walk. Zin's on the right.
This.
No shield.
Wait, on his.
I'm gonna die.
Please hit me. Please hit me. Bless you. Aww! Use it.
I'm dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I tried to wall the Orisa.
It's okay, it happens.
I think that was fine. We just way overestimated where we could hold. The cart was too far back.
That's true.
Because I was like, how are we not winning this? And I'm like, oh, we just don't have
Well, I
a
was
fifth
gonna
man.
collapse that honor with you, but I got
Well, the problem, but I'm telling you, it's just all because it was a 4v5 that entire fight. Because we're pushing cart like way far back.
We should have.
There's a Junkrat here.
It's a good strategy.
I'll put the price off, by the way.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know.
Oh, my heart.
They're hard pushing you, not when they're hard pushing me.
Loading.
So winnable.
Congrats.
I'll win.
I gotta play this slow. Dude, frick me, man.
Junkrat's behind.
Split, guys. There it is. Nice job.
That's one of the
Fucking
bonus of all
whiffed
time
me.
right there.
Holy
I'm
shit.
Full confidence.
I missed all my shots, no big deal. It's fine. We still win.
Nice.
Hear them nearby.
Oh, frick. Nice job.
Nading this Orisa. Orisa anti, guys. We got this.
Rotating
I missed
top
sleep.
with
No big
Ryan.
deal. I'll still call them.
I'm with you on coast. No sleep.
Yeah.
No nade either.
Watch this. They're gonna know. I was gonna say they're gonna know, like, as soon as I said that. Let's see, over that side. Missed. Okay.
Oh, frick.
Oh my god, I
I'm
can't shoot
hiding
her head
now.
because it's in the wall.
Yeah.
Get this fucking thing away
Got
from
you,
me,
by the
man.
way. I think I want you. You're very famous around these parts, you know?
Oh my gosh, freaking Sarah.
Yo, this is crazy. Crazy work.
Shoot.
Of
My
course,
bad.
Gregor Nah, it's not your fault. Gregor literally can't.
No. We needed to deal with the honor there off of the shatter. That's my bad.
That Orisa was nano fortified. I swung on her at 98% to shatter, and I went to 99. I've never seen that before.
Nice kill.
Speaking of, I'm 99%.
I'm with you, Nodman. We need to check right angle still.
I guess I'm going with you. Let's go.
Sorry.
If
No,
you get low,
nobody's
I'll
here.
just nano you.
Nobody's here.
Can we like flank through left or something? They're just gonna hard hold this corner.
Yeah, Junkrat's on right, half, and I have rally on this.
You gonna rally? I can nano you.
I'm just short up winning a fall. I'll press support to top right coast.
Got him, I
Go
guess.
crazy. Speed boost.
I got you, mother.
Oh man, I
appreciate
can't.
it, thanks.
Oh, I'm just a speedy grandma with this.
But I really need you to kill that.
Oh, we've got that, yes.
I'm trying, dude.
Are you freaking kidding me? Frick.
Alright, come here, guys.
Nice.
Nice. That was super messy at the end.
Yay.
But good job.
And I got a headhunter, and I'm never gonna hit a single headshot.
Okay.
GG's with 4
Okay, I kind of I don't want to talk about the nano a little bit. Okay, it was not my best.
Just heard him ask his team something.
I was a little obsessed with the sleep dart. Okay, so was it great? I don't know.
I think
Let's
the enemy
move
team was
on.
fans of Spider.
Sleep dart,
maybe.
PTSD.
They're just big fans. You get me? That's why they're constantly trying to kill you.
The staging was good. The staging was good. I actually think we go morale boost here, to be honest.
I'm so good. Even if I hit 0 shots, like the threat of me getting the headshot was like, you know.
As good as I am with a bow.
Yeah.
I promise you, I was better with a sword.
Yeah.
Oh, Max's Casino. You think with all that money the bot could afford some taste?
Guys, Orissa's win rate continues to tank, no?
Thank God.
You know?
I'm a Orisa hater.
Like, I know Nodland probably doesn't want to play Overwatch anymore, but like, we just did cap with 2 minutes, you know, so.
Yeah. I've never swung on someone and got 1% ult charge before. That was.
Doja's on the left still.
What the frick is going on here? I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! Throw a lot in there, mini! Several!
Wait, Queen's dead. Break that, Queen's dead. Get the break. Yes.
What are they doing? Wait, you killed that Genji.
I don't know about that, Chief.
You do. No? So? What the frick was that
He
plan?
thought I was gonna stay in play.
Interesting strategy of score holding there. Interesting strategy. Unfortunately, it did not work. I see a strategy, Spider. Is intentionally taking damage from the Soji to charge my ult. Thanks. You're a very kind person for that.
Okay, I will take damage to charge that.
I don't think we're close to support ults. Certainly not any faster than they are, so.
Nice.
I'm just aggressively holding right angle here.
Junker Queen's in here.
Accepts.
Yeah, you guys go. We're starting back lane.
Not blocking your healing. Shoot her, everyone shoot her.
I'm okay, you're not done.
Looking for nades. Break.
Wait, can you drop wall? Can you drop wall? I'm
really low. Behind you.
Are you freaking kidding me? Literally 1 HP break. Nice.
We got.
It's a bad idea. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, Queen's here, so we can't really.
Long range nades. Probably hits.
That's always a good sound.
I'm pushing card.
Yeah. Remember, we don't make the same mistake last time. This is 4v5. 4v5 right now. 4v5. We do not force anything. That's what cost us last time.
Point.
Naded Queen.
Hi, Bradley.
Almost
Queen.
Can we live here? I'm coming, Mudda.
Loading.
I'm just for staggers. Keep pushing.
Nades.
Frick.
That's okay. Be careful.
That's okay. I'm ganking up top. I might die, but let's at least cap second off of this. Use our ults early on cross.
We nano overcooked, by the way.
Juno's pushing me top.
Give me a
Okay. Yeah, can you on me?
Go for it.
Hey, something I
I
think.
didn't die to that? I'm full charge. Oh.
Think of that against me here. Unfortunate.
I thought he shot at full charge and he doesn't die.
Might be in the end too. That's fine. You're alone, by the way, so.
Oh, frick, man.
Actually, that was a successful push.
Yeah, that was good. Good push. We missed our ult spike window, but it was still a good push.
I think the nano overclock could have worked, like, you know.
Yeah. I also the rally didn't.
I was waiting to kill Juno before I slid again, but I don't know, I hit the shot, but it didn't kill.
The rally also didn't really get any additional staggers, so it's kind of a waste.
I shattered the sword lady that was trying to touch, but she got an orbit on her head, so I couldn't do any damage to her.
Yeah, it's fine. I rallied for staggers. We got no staggers. We nano overclocked. We killed nobody. Yeah, it's just GG's. If we use 3 ults there and don't do anything out of them, it's my bad. But it's a good push.
Yeah. I tried to get the Juno, but I literally couldn't reach her.
Yeah.
Just flying over me.
No, I thought I just one-shot it, but I didn't.
We should be able to get this good. We pushed it past first. Which
Well, we have a lot of good objective ults. We have Dragon Strike, we have Shatter, we have Blizzard, we have Nano. So
I think we can hold this
if we play for time here, and then we can ult dump on point here, and a lot of our point ults are really good for. I'm gonna be kind of we should definitely kind of do what they did.
Well,
do something a little bit.
We're gonna have multiple ults, like surely.
Yeah.
I think
do what they did, but don't end like they did. Like try to play a normal fight. Just play a normal fight close. Like I'm gonna play this angle here, but I'm gonna try to live. You know?
I see the strategy.
Yeah, Ash.
Grenades. See my shield.
I got you in the eye.
Ash is one.
Ash is
I got one.
I got Ash.
Nate, Sigma. Sigma die.
I died. Frey. No bolts. Shoot.
That was easier.
Just me alive. I don't want to hold your ping. So like.
Y'all gonna be down one, but I got wave and I have speed bash, so I'll be back soon.
Oh. Oh, sorry.
Frick.
Oh,
Either get out or die card. Get out or die card. Either get out or die card.
I'm gonna go for a pin and see if I can get
Okay.
a pin.
Go.
Oh, the fucking payload's in the way.
Oh no.
You get out. You can get out on it. You can get out. Oh no. Wait. I got him.
Groggy? Interesting.
They all, for some reason, they all swung far side of payload there.
Yeah.
The EDR is pre-fight
poke. 2 minutes
poking.
off there.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Nading something.
Look at how. That's accretion. Oh no, dude. Freaking stream sniping. You guys need to not take this fight. You guys need to not take this fight just yet, because I'm not there yet. Alright, let's go. I'm swinging right.
I'm putting in a call. I'm gonna get one. You see the Sigma? Sigma step.
Nice. Just chill for a sec. Take your time. Nice. Everybody's slow. Everybody's slow. Just
push that on.
I'm gonna go.
Just have to.
Nice.
Massive.
We go back to the optimal fighting position here. It's just probably here, like all the way up here, so Hanzo can play.
I'll be behind this.
Yeah. I think we live or die in this corner because we've got like a good nice stall here. We can use ults if the fight's winnable, but if we're down one, take the L here because like we're in a great spot. Nice.
There's someone pushing out. That's fine.
No bolts.
Oh, Cat Lanzo.
I'm letting shield recharge while there's no bolts.
Okay. Sig pushing up top.
They need a Sigma here. I missed. It's fine. No.
You're good, Dragon.
No nade.
Oh, I'm dead. Rocked.
We're good. I'm alive.
I wonder if we could try shaft this guy in the air, you know. I wonder.
Nice, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Good job. Nice early picks there. That definitely helps the old economy. We don't have to use ults.
Yeah.
Nobody can stand still and hold right click in front of a Hanzo like me, man.
That's right.
Let's go key attack.
Pointed out that this guy doesn't heal. Like, what's going on with him?
Those who know, they know.
That's deep.
The last
Notice that we won despite not win rate max in the air. Like Eridu was like, guys, I want to keep things fair. I'm gonna play the weakest hero in the game.
You think we were win rate maxing?
No.
We had 4 different comps.
Who's the weakest character in the game?
We said let's silver out, and we decided.
You could hear Ryu's blood pressure just rising. Sorry, Rhea. Not Freya. It's Kiriko, weakest hero in the game. My bad.
Win rates, yeah.
Yeah.
Riz
Or
is also
Diva.
pretty bad,
Diva's
though,
definitely
so, like-
Diva's really bad.
You can show me.
Wait. Does Freya have a bad win rate?
Yes.
I think she does still, yeah.
Yeah, she's always had a bad win rate.
And even better,
She's had a bad win rate.
she has a bad win rate in Grand Master. It's great. Wait, let me see.
That's because they're not good enough to play Freya.
Yep.
Yeah, it's all your heroes. Cass, Freya, Soj, Widowmaker.
They're all low
Bottom
buffs,
3
dude.
win rates are, or actually bottom. Let's look at bottom 5. Is Kiri, Cass, Malga, Ana, Doom, and GM plus.
Incredible.
Yeah,
Ana low win rates.
Moira is a better hero than Kiri is,
in
statistically.
the Spalos chat.
Wait, what Ajax clip?
Wait, what?
Win rates are so fake. It's not even funny how fake it is.
Let's give us a super buff to
It's
Kiri,
more
guys.
fake in Overwatch than they are in
League.
League.
Yeah, I think the higher popularity the hero is, generally the lower their win rate is.
Support him.
Yeah.
Alright, what is this clip?
No, I think it's just more because of like how you can ditto, like play Kiri v Kiri or whatever, and then it just means that, like, I don't know, high play time.
Right, all of those don't
it
count.
just like, ugh, it's so stupid.
That's good. That's good,
At least in
Jackson.
League, you're, like,
Speaking of
guaranteed to
stupid,
have-
Team 2, Captain Ricard, Kata, Eridu, Grits, and Hobbs21.
Goodbye.
I love that
Wow,
desperate
thanks.
trap.
Wow, Yijing Tower. I wonder how many times.
All right, well, we'll do a couple more chat. Gavin's hanging around. Hello, Gavin. How are you? What role am I on here? Tank. What do you guys want to see? I will play. I will play. I think I will play anything here. Maybe not Doomfist because doing pretty well. All right. Winston, Hazard, Ball. Winston, Ryan. Okay. Ball, Winston. Ball would be fun. You know what? Okay, you know what? Frick. I'm gonna do it. I will do it. Oh, Winston for Christopher? Good shout. What do you guys think? Winston or Ball? Winston for Christopher would be pretty funny. Oh no, this is I guess it doesn't matter. It's unranked. Do it for Christopher?
Why not?
Hashtag do it for Chris.
Do it for Chris. Doing it for Chris. Yep. Hashtag doing it for Chris, and then it's like
Doing it
me,
for Chris.
Like
Instantly
you know,
die.
a rally. Political rally.
Chris is just better at me at Winston though, so this is not good though. There's no way I'm Masters 4 with Winston.
Alright,
There's
fine,
no
if
way.
we lose this game, I'm going to immediately leave and begin bother viewing you.
No, let's be
You
honest.
can turn that into content, like down the line.
Take TP. Let's be honest. Hardy should be able to carry on to GM at least, minimum. Yeah.
I don't know. I've not always been impressed with Hadi's support gameplay, to be frank. It's good. It's just I don't know if it's like boosting level. You know what I'm saying?
Like, even if it's bad, it should be better. You know.
I literally almost jumped off the map the first thing, so we're killing it right now.
Someone kill that.
I'm
Good
rotating.
bubble.
Points.
Good bubble. That's an awkward bubble. Good.
I'm trolling.
I think on my tank now.
That's fine. Time.
W awkward bubble.
Bubble.
Oh, slide. Oh, they're hard pushing. Holy crap.
You take 150 damage.
You live?
Yeah, if we get speed or Kiriko out, yeah. My bad. I thought we were. I didn't know the entire team was here.
Field shots for me, no big deal.
Wait, what are they doing these rotations? These rotations are weird. Hanzo's out. Just ignore.
That's all the TP.
Oh, you.
Drop ball.
Nice. Neutral won me when you got that. No big deal.
Nice.
Do it for Chris.
You would have had it if you had the neutral 1v1 though.
Actually, insane support. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Like both the speed and the stuff.
Thanks.
Do it for Chris, guys.
All the bubbles.
Hashtag I love Chris. I think I had him in one of my rank games actually.
They're hard pushing.
Like,
Okay, we look main.
Frick.
oh,
Like it's fighting up there.
okay. So just
Bubble dancing of all time.
you must go. You should be able to use it if you need.
Oh, frick.
Oh,
My
you
bad.
my turn. That's what's sad.
No, I just bubble dance really badly. It's still winnable actually. It's just still winnable. And I can come back.
Remember, guys, we got to bubble early. Just remember the bubble early.
We don't have to die for point.
That's fine. We should win that. Actually.
Don't crit it.
Chris,
Don't die for point.
Die for point.
Gun Widow.
Chris would stay
You're
on
the
point.
greatest player alive. I love you more than I love anybody else. You're my
Oh,
own mother.
we kill this guy.
Me. I'm concerned
Anyone else look at this video? He says.
I'm just holding backline.
You know, thank you for the good TP tracer.
Nice.
The monkey bubbled early.
I'm coming Rio. I'm coming Rio. Don't die for it.
You got the.
Nice.
It's fine. We're in the state arena. Just basically my hometown now.
Yeah, having Chris in my ranking was interesting. He did play Winston if you're curious. I don't have screenshots to prove it though, which is so sad.
Eridu's boomed. We're off to a good start. He's playing Hanzo Widow on Control Center. This is gonna be good.
One of the heroes of all time. On control center.
Yeah.
How funny would it be if you played Za Vendetta?
Let ambitions flame burn.
Zara Vendetta? That sounds like. I know a few friends who were on my old stream team. They're playing Zara Vendetta right now, and that's like.
Yeah.
You can guess how it's
right,
going.
TP.
I'm probably gonna be staging point side just from that little room, but we don't all have to come to me. I'm just gonna be holding this corner.
I'll come to you.
No disrupt shot. Just chill.
I'll go back from here, actually.
Yeah. Okay, bubbles used, so I'm stepping in.
You didn't take damage before you bubbled.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lucio.
Sure, actually.
Can you go main?
Angle max here.
No. We gotta bail. We got pre-fighted.
Nah.
Thank you for the.
We had so much space too.
Oh, and I just died. That's not good.
I might live here. I should live here.
Keep me up.
I'm not back yet. Can you try this?
Kirito Suzu.
Careful, Silo.
Yeah.
I'm moving out.
Like, hello.
You're good, Winston. You're good, Chris.
What did I say on and cons? I'm gonna mirror that actually. Looks fun.
May.
You have no follow up on the jump spell now.
That's fine.
You have May Hanzo now.
Oh, there's something there as well. I did not realize that might have been on me. It's fine. It's fine. If we lose this, we got Guardians next. So I think that's a good outcome. I really can't peek that.
Wait, Sojo's slide. What the frick? I'm going point. You guys just chill. Just chill. We get a free flip. Chill.
Thank you, Lit.
Nice.
Oh,
pushing. Wait.
No, frozen.
Oh, I did not think they'd get me so quickly. I wonder what that dragon. I'll do the TP to the dragon accent.
Also, Winston behind you is very low.
Yeah.
No, drop hold. Oh, frick. Shoot. Frick, I missed my.
You get out?
Oh, no. Cannot.
Ah, rough.
But I got a trade.
I should be out though. So.
Bro, we're getting picked like crazy. All of a sudden.
Yeah.
Air just got.
Too far forward.
I can't even.
Careful, Hanzo, careful. You good.
Heal me.
I have primal. How? Okay, we're here.
Monkey to your left. No, monkey.
Oh, frick. No Suzu.
Careful, you're good, Hanzo. Can't hear you, monkey, for now.
I said
I'm just seal bubbling. I'm gonna primal.
Monkey on me.
Oh my
god. Matching.
Are you freaking kidding me? Sure, it's a lot of ults.
Big beats. I got a headshot. Losing everything. You got the hands so easy.
Fucking on.
The health pack.
Oh man.
We popped everything.
Yeah, we just layered really badly. We probably should have delayed our beat way longer if possible.
Because our setup was all awful.
I fucking insane.
Tier 1, I don't have touch.
I'm TPing to my Lucio on top at some point.
Like, why stack damage? Help Spyler.
I'm trying. I thought Suzu, but the bubble blocked it.
I'm perfect for this map.
Yeah. I also just didn't. I didn't have a great mechanical primal. We just didn't. We blew literally 4 ults at the same time and killed nobody.
Yeah. I tried my best to master Kitsune.
That's wrong.
And they did rally as well.
I really need another perk for this map.
Well, the problem is I primal in a Kitsune because I'm low, and then we beat on top of that, and it's just like, well, freaking GG's, I guess. Like, and then I don't kill anybody with primal, and then yeah, that's basically it.
No,
You
I
can't.
feel like our staging was like the problem there, not the ult usage.
Yeah.
In particular.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah.
Like we had Sarah far left. We had some people going right side.
Yeah, pre-fight. Well, I don't know about our staging. We just got pre-fighted like a ton. Like I'm staging and taking pretty good trades if I do say so, but like we got pre-fighted by. I mean, it might have just been Erdu hitting shots, to be honest. TP, 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 TP.
Probably was. TP, let's get TP going, guys. Yes. You guys go point. I'm gonna go.
Did Erdu hit shots?
So just. Wait, yeah. What the frick? No storm. 3, 2, 1.
I'm with you.
Bailing.
About to. Just kidding. I'm saying.
I get cap.
Monkey
Point,
one.
point, 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 point,
Monkey
point.
low. Monkey low. Monkey low.
Monkey one.
He's really low. He's really low. Yeah.
On it here.
Break bubble.
Yeah, I'm dead. So you're gonna go lose your heals. Be careful.
Nice boot. No bell. Just chill until like Q's back. Just chill until Q comes back.
Thank you for taxi, Freya.
Yeah, they're full flipping. They're full flipping.
Just shoot the monkey. Shoot the monkey.
Yeah.
Shoot the monkey.
They're chasing.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. I was thinking about going back to you, but like, so I didn't manage you there.
Monkey and thing.
He is, yeah. So the soldier apparently. You got that?
Nice, Suzu. Just turn.
Probably Lilo here.
Monkey and thing. Kill monkey. Kill monkey. Kill monkey.
5 seconds to another Suzu. That's Suzu again. Suzu should have it.
Just chill. Just chill. Just chill. Nice beat.
Big beat.
Frick, I'm blowing up inside these bubbles.
Just trying to. Okay, I'm just holding that right click on you.
Nice, guys. Well done.
Nice.
Really nice job, guys. That was really nice.
Keep shooting the monkey when he jumps in. Like,
good beat, huge beat. Where are we fighting? I want to be clear where we're fighting.
Poke bridge, and if they walk the other side, we just rotate.
Okay, so I guess I'm fighting bridge. I'm fighting bridge.
Oh,
that's what we're doing. Well, I'm just looking at Sarah's angle, and I'm like, I guess that's what we're fighting. Ricky's still mega for me.
What?
I got a bail. I got a bail. I got a bail. I got a bail.
Probably check where our Freya is as well. They're probably
Here one.
Oh my god, I was in the dragon.
I have Kitsuna by the way.
Monkey low, monkey low, monkey low. Monkey one, monkey one, monkey. No problem, no problem. Kill monkey, kill monkey, kill monkey. Sojin.
Point. Oh frick, I saw. We're good. Nice.
Soldier point now.
Nice guys, well played.
Nice.
Heal bubble.
Nice, well played.
Nice job.
Let's go.
Good ult layering, y'all. Good support ults. Good DPS ults. That was really good.
Incredible. That was so much fun.
You took her on for 2 high quality games. This is not what she intended.
That was a good game.
It was so much harder once Erdu got space, though. Like, it was so much harder once Erdu got space. Yeah, we did it for Chris.
We did it for Chris. Yeah.
Chris, I salute you.
Greetings.
Alright, now that we won an Overwatch game for Chris, why don't we go express our political views for Chris in front of the
Send it to Chris out of context right now.
That'd be so passive aggressive. Did you guys see that where Awkward was coaching Hottie? Hottie's on it after beating him on New Queen Street and was unranked to GM on Sin. I was like, dude, that is so toxic, man. Yeah, I beat you. Let me coach you out of value so you don't lose.
Hey, Spilo, did you see the screenshot?
Wait, you should do that right now, Spilo. You should take somebody on the enemy team and just go start routing them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I only listen. I turn on streamer mode if I'm gonna do that, so I don't call anybody out. What screenshot am I looking at here?
You should vote my second point on that map right there.
Dude, I freaking hate you, Erdu. I freaking hate you, Erdu.
I didn't even press WSD.
You're always in the same place, and then like just.
We got pre-fighted like 4 fights in a row. I'm like, bro, this is so annoying.
I needed a jump. I didn't take the jump part because it's not
that's what I was saying.
Well, it's not useful in the previous maps. Then I got to that map. I'm like, fuck, dude, I need the jump perk here.
It's
Yeah.
so good on the second map.
You never
play
choose the
too.
Spilo
Yeah,
perk,
it
man.
is.
Don't get
But on
don't
that
get
first
baited
map,
by
it's
Spilo
Only on
perk.
that first map, it's not good. It's like
Yeah, I
you don't
agree.
need
It's not good on first, but it's so good on the other two.
But think you can
I
take
agree.
coast. It's incredible.
And also, when I took that perk, I was like hiding in a corner, planning to like blizzard them in a surprise.
Yeah, of course. You
And
gotta
then Captain
do it for
Picard
the
walks
play.
forward and then like looks at me and I'm like, oh no, my existence has been discovered. There's the evil Zarya here to take my house.
That's why if you look at the screenshot, like that is just a pure example of Hardy not doing damage. It's not an issue. That guy does damage.
That's insane. I think with Hottie it's more about like the angles and stuff. It's like the stuff that's like not as intuitive, you know. It's like I always say this the Kiriko thing. It's more about the angles, not about the damage. I actually think I've coached the other support. I'm pretty sure I've coached Orzalek. I'm pretty sure that's a coach that I've worked with.
Wait, are you live?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm live. So don't say anything rude.
Ah. Okay.
No, but Orzalek I've somehow coached him.
I was like, Hardy didn't say the nicest of things to him that game.
I believe it. I believe it. Wait, let me actually see.
Adi, this is a call out directed entirely and directly at you.
Yeah.
First of all,
Yeah, this is that I've coached that person. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know about any of this, but we'll see. Team 2, that'd be Grits, Ryu, Nodlin, Grigor, and Sensei Wu.
Thank you.
the other issue with you, Adi, that you're woke.
The lobby is too wide, I can't figure it out.
I guess I go on the spectator rides, spectator research.
Yes.
Alright,
See you there. Explosive Potato, hello? What?
Hello.
Oh.
Stefano, check DMs. Gavin, that sounds traumatic. I'm not gonna lie. I might just never walk again. Like I would just be scared to run ever at any point in time. What DPS do you guys want to watch? That's an above average fall damage experience. Junkrat? Oh, frick, Junkrat would be hard here, but I can try it. Symmetra, May, Widow, Junkrat, 2 votes for Junkrat. I'll try it. Cool. 2 votes for Widow, 2 votes for Junkrat. Maybe the play is we play. What if chat? What if we did Widow on a good Widow map and then try Junkrat in like downtown or something? You want to? All right, fine, Junkrat. I'll give Junkrat a try. I'll try Junkrat. I'll try. I'm really gonna try to make this work. I know that that's not exactly
I can play
a
Zarya.
good thing to hear.
On this map. Wait,
No,
on this map.
I'm gonna try. I'm really gonna try.
We're gonna make it work. You're gonna be with me the entire
Do you see
game.
which slot map we're on?
Yeah, but like my projectile speed. Consider my projectile speed is improved.
So after you get your major?
I'm basically a sniper now. No, not even before.
Like, I'm not caught up with the patch notes because I don't know. I just play this game.
Yeah. Imagine not being obsessed about patch notes. Wait, they have a Junkrat as well.
Wait, that's crazy as well.
Yeah.
Stream sniping.
I'm just still rotating. I'm just still rotating.
Wu Yang's all by him lonesome.
I've laned and nobody was there. So they're pushing you, Lucio. Careful.
I'm so out of there.
I'm just gonna keep rotating until I hit somebody. I've literally done an entire 360 of the map, guys. I literally have done an entire 360 of the map, and I'm still going. I'm still going. I'm not stopping. My first-person shooter fundamentals are incredible. I'm just gonna keep rotating, baby. Wait, what the? Wait, I'm being marked. Junkrat 1. Actually 1.
I have to reload.
I failed my roll. Where? 1! Ball trapped! Frick, man.
They won't know. They won't be able to kill me on here. It's fine. They don't know. They don't know about the Lucio nonsense. They don't know.
Wait, guys. I've restarted my cycle here. Wait, somebody's won.
Almost.
We can do one. Oh, thought I dodged. My bad.
Yeah, we gotta back off here. We gotta back off. We gotta back off.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
gone.
yeah,
I'm
I
gone.
backed
Goodbye.
up. He's trapped again. Positive health trade.
Oh, you left me. Yes, I'm sorry. I got like the half health before I shot.
Okay.
I should
I'm just gonna sit. I'm just gonna sit here. This is my spot now.
My bad, guys. I literally didn't trap because I didn't think he could hit it. He hit it.
Just put your like trap on main and just frustrate him or something. I don't know.
Not again.
Okay.
I've got 2 on me here. I'm going to freaking lose it. I'm gonna lose it. My bad. My bad. What? Wait, ball frozen. I think.
More frozen.
We.
Oh, I hate tank.
Barely rage quit. Yep. Don't worry. I know that was a really threatening.
Got it.
Thank you.
I like locked in for like 1 second there. Wait, he's gonna get trapped again? No? Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Ball 1.
Ball down.
Frick, man.
Screw this.
I think I know the solution, guys.
It's sorry, isn't it?
I was not gonna click Zarya.
What was the solution?
Click
Oh,
along.
Gregor, hello. All right, that's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Tough map. Their comp is way better. We're running freaking Lucio, Hazard, and they're running Ball, Wuyang. But now, now we're on hog.
what low quality games?
Well, we've got all of the.
Now we're on hog.
winning
So,
characters here.
you know.
Yeah. No, but didn't you see? Like Lucio has like a 49% win rate in one of the regions. I don't remember where.
That's how we like to use stats, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, guys, did you see? I like saw it on Spylo's stream. That means it's true.
I walked the wrong way.
That's actually incredible.
You've got so much aura right now.
One ball is also very low, bless you. I suck balls, actually won.
He actually rolls
incredible,
so
guys. Careful, Genji there. Nice. Nicely done.
There's a ball and a Wang over here.
No, Wang.
Yeah, Wang. W Yang Wang. That's.
Oh, yeah, I got him. What are you doing? He's like Gregor, like the Moira? Frick, man, I can't freaking directing the ball. Ah! Ball half, or a third.
Oh my god.
Somebody's trapped up top there. I think it might be. We're still even here, guys. Like, we're even. We show some confidence here, you know?
Showing some confidence? Showed too much confidence?
Okay, well, now.
Alright, get off my point.
Oh my gosh, Hobbs is just handsome. What?
Ah, frick. Actually, still winnable. It's Junkrat. You guys are up 1 once your Cassidy's there. Careful the Cassidy. Wait for your hog to get off your point.
Cass.
Nice.
Oh, they changed his perks? Uh-oh. I don't know what to choose. What's the second perk? What? like the movement one's tough.
Uh-oh. Get me out of there. Oh no.
See? Hog's the answer. What can I tell you? There's a Reaper. Oh!
There's a.
Yeah, it's fine. We
Very
got
nice.
That thing.
so freaking easy, guys. Good job. Good job, guys. I never doubted the hog, to be honest. Also, I think you chose the right perks for the situation. Definitely the major is an easy choice, but the minors, I think a good choice here. A little bit of pokey is probably pretty nice here. Right, no. Shoot.
Another day, another
Guys, I made a mistake. I think I messed up my mind placement. There you go. I don't know if I actually want to. I'm gonna start left, but if they put a lot of resources in that left, I'm gonna be kind of hairy. Everybody take a TP. Okay, never mind.
There's no TP sticker.
I got you baited.
Yeah.
I was like, TP? I'll take a TP.
Yeah.
Ooh, absolutely rolled.
Yeah, Mega.
That's a window maker idea.
Oh, shit. I thought I got Mega, but I didn't.
Yeah, I'm getting obliterated by their tank in that room.
Suck.
Oh! I tried.
We were good, and then we got out-angled. Oh.
Jump's low.
Okay. I really can't retake that. Are you serious? Wait, we got him.
I guess this is my home now. Don't worry, guys. I got turret. Took 4 shots.
There's a junk behind us.
Careful Genji. Oh no, that's their Genji. I'm dumb. Good trade. It's fine. You come back faster.
Yeah,
wait, their ball's also behind us.
Ball and junk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just being a criminal in our spawn room.
A little bit apprehensive.
Well, we're kind of being criminals as well. Oh, Wings one.
What is going on?
I am going to ask that exact same question. Okay, yeah. They're just like they're all in our spawn.
Wait, Widow one, Widow no longer. Wait, we got this. We got the Genji. No pylon.
I have Widow.
Grabbing mini. Just chill. Give him point. It's fine. We need to kill them. Like we need to kill them. Like we point cap is not going to work enough. We need to go kill whoever's shooting at us. Nice.
No, my boop got nerfed. I couldn't boop him.
I'm scared.
Cass is on the main here. I'm trying to careful behind you guys.
That's got no names.
One. Nice.
Oh, junk growing up top.
Can you beat my tire? Oh, EDR is one. EDR is one. That's crazy.
I didn't want to die.
He's trapped. His ball's trapped. Oh no, he's dead.
Oh.
Ball one.
Hit him. He's low.
He's still one. Nice boop.
I was waiting for that and only that.
Frick. Okay, we're good. Just live.
I'm gonna push a Jackson.
Oh, what? Wing 1 in their spawn. Wing 1 right over here. I hit him with the direct.
He's running away. He's low still.
Nice, guys.
I saw that little Wuyang Ajax as well. I saw that. Very nice.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
You got play, so like it doesn't even matter, you know. It doesn't even matter.
Wayjax.
Yeah, Wujax. Incredible.
Guys, stats don't matter on Junkrat. Thoughts?
Hold on. Nah, they do. They do. They
I don't know,
every
guys.
hero, trust me.
Alright, GG's. Goodbye, chat. Farewell. Loves and kisses. Twitch chat, YouTube chat. See you guys on Tuesday. I have no idea what the plan is next week. We'll figure it out. We'll see you guys later. Thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your weekend.